Whitey, you look so sad.
Does your loo roll make you feel good? Who Gives a Crap donates 50% of their profits. So add some woo to your loo with feel-good toilet paper.
Great. Thank you for the self-affirmation.
You're doing good, sweetie.
You're doing great, sweetheart. You can bang a chicken lord if you want to. Have him deep fry your pussy.
So the Waluigi curve is when I was playing Mario Fuck Party a couple days ago. Mario Fuck Party. Me and some friends, we were talking about why I hate Waluigi. I'm like, I hate his fucking shoes. I hate their curve like genie shoes. And then one of them just went, "You think his thing curves down?" And I'm like Gonzo's nose? And they're like, yeah. I'm like, yeah, his thing curves down, I guess.
Oh, I was able to do it. Wait. Okay. But I was able to do this. Can I make a poop rifle?
The One Piece! The One Piece is real!
Okay.
Mr. Crab Baxter.
So we are able
I couldn't just be Mr. Baxter.
to do this now.
Or even Mr. Crab.
Right?
They have
The,
two last names. They're like Michael Carter Williams. Mr. Crab Baxter.
Where would the laser hit? The laser would probably hit over here. So what do we do there?
They got banned before they got to exist.
Okay.
Gone. Forever. Fucking Baxter. They got married.
There you go.
They got married to a crab.
So that gets
And
us,
took their last name.
right? But
Mr.
now what?
No, they were already Mr. Crab. They took their wife's last name.
We did this.
Mr. Crab Baxter.
So what am I missing that we didn't do? They sent us back.
I'll steal him back before the year ends. Hell yeah. Ding is gonna do another 24-hour stream. That Phil and I bullied Dingus into doing another 24-hour stream. But if he sleeps through it, then he has to admit that I am still the top cock of the Shruggin' Cocks.
Just die. Just die.
Please clap.
Oh my god. We did it. We did it. It was it was down to the wire.
Please clap.
I don't even have water.
Landing on the dumb platform. Oh, what time is it? 8:30. It's almost time for Idiot to get on. Alright, I already got that. Are you kidding? I'm so mad. I just fucking... Oh no. What?
He's out there. I just have to keep looking. Find him.
I love Jack so much. I love Jack so much.
We don't need someone whose heart's not in it.
Ladies and gentlemen, Garfield and friends.
We're ready to party. Ready to party, we're ready. I hope you bring lots of spaghetti. I'm scared. Come on in, come to the place where fun never ends. Come on in, it's time to party with Garfield and friends. Dancing, fiesta, romancing, siesta, samba, la bamba. Ay caramba, disguises, surprises, and pies of all sizes. Come on in, come to the place where fun never ends. Come on in, it's time to party with Garfield and friends. Come on in, it's time to party with Garfield and friends. Garfield and friends.
And pay attention. There'll be a test at the end.
Dude, what the fuck? It happened again. Luigi ended up falling asleep for the whole day. He's disturbing and disrupting the Rosalina pheromones in her bed. This is a travesty. This is an outrage. Hello everybody. Hello. How do you doing? Hello, Baloo. And all that good stuff too. Hello. It's another Monday. I got that Monday mood. I got that Monday feeling in me. It's another Mario Monday a la Luigi. But I hope everyone's having a good Monday evening. I hope this Monday evening has found you about as well as it has found me. We're here again as Green Mario on a Green Mario Monday, but are we the real Green Mario? Is my first and foremost question. Because I am just a clone. I'm not the real Luigi. I am just an inferior, lightly colored variation of the real Luigi. Right here. This is Luigi Prime. But big ups to the dinguses, the dingers, the dongers, the ding-dongs, the swollen double underscore ones, and expanded style individuals, peoples, and persons existing right here, right now, listening to me talking in this very moment in time. And a bigger big ups to the dinguses, the dingers, the ding-dongs, the donkers, everybody. The swollen double underscore ones, expanded style individuals, peoples, and persons who may or may not surely be existing in the immediate and far-flung future. Of course, we're talking about people like Makoto underscore Simp with the Prime for 8 months. 8 months of Makoto. Thank you so much for the re-up with the Prime. Could have given that Prime to literally anybody on the platform, but you chose me. I appreciate you for choosing me. Thank you so much. Enjoy the continued emotes and no ads. Big ups D-Scythe. Big ups Beer Joe. Big ups Chris Phoenix. Thank you for tossing shit at me. Big ups Juzzy51, the first person here with moral support. We do need moral support in these difficult, trying times. Big ups Ends of Win. Thank you for some more moral support. And big ups Golem as well. And anybody else coming in. Or obviously Luigi 4.0. But isn't that weird though? How like my Luigi has different lighting than the NPC Luigi. And I swear the NPC Luigi is taller. But I was being called schizo last night. Not directly, but I was being gaslit Oh, he's slouching. Oh, he's not. No. He's not slouching. This Luigi is taller. I feel like I could pull up the Mario Wiki right now, and it'll say something about the NPC Luigi's model being slightly bigger, ever so slightly. Think about it. Luigi is just canonically, no matter what game it is, Luigi is canonically taller, at least by a little bit, taller than Mario. But he has to share the same skeleton as Mario if you're gonna make him playable in a game like this, because they gotta share the same animations and all that shit. So it is like in Smash Brothers, where they shrunk down all the Koopalings to fit Bowser Jr.'s proportions. If you have Luigi playable in a game like this, he's gotta have similar proportions to Mario. Therefore, when they make him playable, they gotta shrink him down to Mario's manlet height. It's not noticeable during gameplay, but when you stand him next to the NPC Luigi, you can tell. You can fucking tell. You're not playing Luigi Prime. You're playing Luigi Manlet. You're playing Luigi Beta. Beta! Speaking of which, thank you again for the Prime, Makoto_Simp. Tell your friends to watch the stream. She'll get a partner. Yes, we're hoping and coping as the big push continues. I would like to thank everybody lurking at 2%. You don't even have to have the audio on. You can have the tab muted if you're on Chrome or Brave. You can mute the tab. But as long as Twitch thinks the audio is playing at 2%, you're helping, you're attending, you're engaging, and supporting. Where do I have to go now? I have 50 stars. I was told last night that 50 was a good starting point. I have 70 stars to go, and we're continuing to whittle down the playlist of videos that I have to watch. So, video nonsense will continue. I think we can just... Oh, no, I gotta start Freeze Flame and Dusty Dune. I would say the stars in those galaxies are among some of the longest in the game, or I feel like they're the longest. It might just because I don't really like Dusty Dune as a level. Let's look here, look, listen. I know DSP's playing Call of Duty Black Ops 7 right now. Very gross. But I gotta hand it to him. There's some respect in still playing Call of Duty in January. Usually he would have wage quit by now. Now, if you're charitable like Seru, you know, you can't wage quit a multiplayer game because it has no definitive ending. And he never played the campaign for that one either. Nintendo hates Player 2? Yeah, here's your controller, bro. Encrusted with Cheetos. Alright, this is the infamous Learn How to Skate planet. The player knows now how to skate. Does Penguin call me an old man? Luigi's younger than Mario, he just happens to be taller than him. Which kinda sucks for Mario. Imagine being older than your younger brother, but you're shorter than him. Well, also said there's a million games he could play, but he's gonna go crawl back to Street Fighter 6 to lure Jax back. That's the thing. Again, I know he hit the goal last night with RimWorld, but you have to consider that we just had 4 streams in a row of no coffers being filled prior to that. And I was saying it in Tevin's chat and some other places. I think I even may have said it last night, but no, wait, not last night. I said it in a different server than Baby Park. I said Desperate Side Phil. So interesting to see when Desperate Side Phil rears his ugly head once again, because then he starts making the most absurd, random, just out of nowhere negotiations and dirty deals. Yeah, I'll play RimWorld. Yeah, I'll play Street Fighter 6. I'll go back to Street Fighter 6. Even though I said literally last week that I wouldn't go back to Friday Night Fights unless a good fighting game came out, a good new fighting game. Oh yeah, but I'll go back to, I'll consider bringing Street Fighter 6 back, not even a week later. Desperate Side Phil. The avarice rears its ugly head again. Oh, if you guys wanna attend, like, you know, I'll consider bringing it back. You know that pain well. Great Asmon bump, King. Okay, I know there's a secret star here too. That's why this level is particularly lengthy, just because of this segment here. Like, you have to do this segment twice. Like, this is the way up to the boss, but there's a way to go past the boss and climb the mountain, and then there's another star there. So you have to climb this mountain twice. And then, of course, you have to do it while on using the buggy ice flower power. It's weird because in the 2D games, the ice flower gives them like a blue version of their basic attire. All right, there's a guy. But in Galaxy, the ice flower turns them literally into ice. Hello, Zookie Wookie. Wait. This guy's supposed to be a boss, but he's treated more like a mini boss. I don't even think that's a unique theme for him. I think that's just a mini boss theme repurposed for his encounter. He doesn't even really have a real arena. This is like a itty bitty tiny little peak. I guess it is an arena if you consider all of this. I mean, I guess he can hit you from here. It just doesn't. It doesn't scream battle arena to me. It screams regular part of the level. Oh. I don't even need the ice flower to stop him? Alright, well that's the first star. Big Ups Big Rocket Turbo HD Remix. Well, Mr. Partner, I'm not a partner yet. We're just pushing. Again, we got 1 out of 6 for a 30-day period. But here's the thing. After the 30-day period passes, that 1 out of 6 then moves over to the 1 out of 60. Because it has to be at that average they want for the 30-day period, and then again for the 60-day period. It's weird. Like, you have to have 6 within 30 days, and then another 6 that's different from the first 6 within 60 days. So really, you need 12. So if that 1 out of 6 moves from the 30-day period to the 60-day period, then I have to work on that for the 60-day period. But if that one falls off the 60-day period and it drops to 0 out of 6, we're fucking felted, and I kneel Jeff Bezos. Grease Flame's Blistering Core? Which one was this one? It might be the race. No, wait, it's not. I know this one. Hey, Astro. Cheese it with Stream together. I joke about it, but no, I don't want to... I make too many jokes about how I got to where I am by being an ankle biter in the first place. So no, I don't want to be a leech. I want to succeed on my own merits, guys. Then the victory will feel more meaningful. You going for all the stars? Also might need your help on Sunshine. That game is not for kids, I swear. Dude, they rush Sunshine. It's not for kids. Well, it is for kids, but Sunshine has a lot of moments in that game that's like, what the fuck? You think about replaying Sunshine? Oh, it's that game from my childhood. And then you remember, oh, that mission. Oh my god, that level. Oh my god, that other mission. And it's like, oh man. the lily pad on the river, the little pachinko slot machine, the sandbird. And then it's like, bro, why am I even here? Why would Miyamoto do this? Does he think this is a fucking joke? Maybe it's a Jag 2 situation where you think it's harder than it was. After replaying Sunshine, when 3D All-Stars came out, Astro, well, replaying, more like, I had seen gameplay and I'd looked at it, like, Phil playing it, and then I guess I let everyone else's kind of memories of it shape my own. Because I did have the game on my GameCube. Don't get me wrong, it's actually a case where I did have the game growing up, but I didn't get too far into it. I definitely didn't get as far as like the pachinko machine and the lily pad river and all that shit, but I did get to the sandbird. I remember the sandbird being hard growing up, but then when 3D All-Stars came out and I replayed it, I think I'm fairly confident I did that first try. Like, it wasn't that bad. That doesn't mean the game isn't jank, you guys. It absolutely is. It was fucking rushed because the GameCube had nothing to play. Well, that's not true. It had Melee and Melee and Luigi's Mansion. And everyone's favorite Star Fox game, Star Fox Adventures. You know, the one that doesn't play like a Star Fox game, but instead like some other game that then got repurposed into Star Fox because Miyamoto was such a cool guy. The Sandbird was not a Mario Sunshine boss. It was just a bird constructed by blocks of sand, and it flew around it flew around one of the bonus levels, and you had to stay on the bird as it was flying around. Really what that meant is you stand on the sand blocks that comprise the bird, that constitute the bird's body, and you gotta stay on the sand blocks as they all disintegrate, because they're sand. So it's about maintaining your space and your real estate as the bird flies around. And then eventually you get to the Shine Sprite. And I think there's a variation of it where you have to collect red coins. Or that might be the original mission, I can't remember. It might be one of the ones that they make you do it twice and the second time is harder. But yeah, the last time I played Sunshine was when 3D All-Stars came out. I have not streamed Sunshine, but I did complete it. I didn't stream Sunshine, but this is like my fucking third time streaming Galaxy. The third streamed Galaxy playthrough. The first time I streamed Galaxy was also playing it as Luigi, but the VODs for that playthrough don't exist. It was a 2022 playthrough. And the very first time I had played it as Mario, that VOD straight up does not exist at all, because that was before I started streaming. I just really love Galaxy, you guys. I've also never streamed Mario 64 or 3D World. Odyssey as well. I've never streamed Odyssey. Well, maybe I might have for like Mario Day, but like not a full segment, like just fucking around. Oh, I gotta activate the torches. I'm blind. I hated GBA connected to GameCube games because they didn't work with the Game Boy Advance SP. They connected pressing the L and R buttons so they couldn't be used. Couldn't you just get a different connector? I thought they made different... Like, I know the connector you're talking about because I have it. Aren't there alternate connectors you can use that fit the Game Boy Advance SP? It's weird. I have the link cable in my drawer. The only time I really used it was helping my friends in school trade their Gen 3 Pokemon with each other, because they didn't have link cables of their own. And then they tried battling, and the link cable was kind of faulty. It barely worked. I can't remember where I got it from. I guess I got it with the prospect that eventually someday I would play with somebody, but I never really did. Instead, it was for the purposes of helping my other 2 friends play with each other, but I was not directly involved. I was like, yeah, bro, I got a fucking link cable. I'll bring it. And then I did. Oh! I don't know what I was thinking with that. I meant to spin, but you can't really spin. You can't spin as Fire Mario or Ice Mario. Or should I say Fire Luigi and Ice Luigi? Kind of a bum proposition. Big reason as to why I don't like the Fire Flower or Ice Flower in these games. Like, first of all, they're temporary. Second of all, they take away your spin. And the spin's like the best move in this game. In a game where the movement tech is kind of limited and lacking. Again, compared to like something like 64 or Sunshine or Odyssey. Because that's like a misconception with Galaxy 1 and 2, is that they're not sandbox games like 64 Sunshine and Odyssey. They're get-to-the-goal style games, like the new Super Mario Brothers games, or 3D World. Hey Zerpatchy, how you doing? I guess I'm doing great, thank you for asking. Welcome in. The Luigi run continues. We've already got 1 star. And we're talking about how fucking hard Galaxy is. I had all the red coins on the Sandbird too, shaking my head. The slot machine got me, dingus. I knew that. I knew one of the ones that I named would be one that you'd be pissing on the floor about. Pissing on the floor. Piss me the fuck off. There's a lot of the ones in the village level, Pianta Village. That's like the last regular level of the game. I really remember not liking Pianta Village. It had a lot of bullshit. It was such a small level too, so you'd think it wouldn't be that bad, but the missions there were annoying. Very jank missions like escorting the paint chops, the painted chain chops. Ah, yes. I'm a dog, like a fucking dog. I'm a dog. They got me in here like a fucking animal. Like a fucking dog, bro. Fucking dog. I don't trust that dinger person always wearing a mask. I have to. It's like a Phantom of the Opera thing. I have a very bad skin condition. You don't want to see what's underneath. We're playing as Luigi. Luigi saw what was underneath the Shy Guy's mask in Mario Power Tennis. Whenever Shy Guy, you play as Shy Guy and Shy Guy wins. Then he tries to, there's a little cutscene, the Shy Guy tries to accept his trophy for winning, but then he trips, and the mask falls off, and Luigi happens to be there, and Luigi sees the mask, and he's like, oh, mamma mia, and it doesn't show you what Luigi saw, but he's fucking terrified. How is that a Luigi moment? That's an L. Speaking of L, it's the anti-L. And this is a game by Japanese people, so the anti-L is an R, as in the hard R, as in he's racist! Oh, I tried the long jump. I can't long jump on ice? Hey, Goki. Yeah, all my gameplay is nice. Or maybe you meant to type ice, because we're in an ice level. I was just sandbagging. The real run is now. I'm basically cheating. The scam long jump! Oh. They get rid of these races in Galaxy 2. And they just keep the clones as like your little helpers. And two, the clone becomes the tutorial guy, and he shows you how to get the star. Hey Flippy, Shy Guy got an N-word tattoo on the face confirmed? Look, he got it in prison. Don't ask what he went to prison for. He got Al Caponed. Hot and cold collide? Oh my god, it's the one I was just doing! But again! That's like a rare case in the game where you're sent to the challenge variation of an area before the regular version. Because I'm pretty sure this star mission doesn't appear until you do that cosmic race. Whoa! Oh, it's this area. Yeah, this part kind of sucks. You gotta wait for the water. Look at the urchins. It's the guys from Mario World. What are they doing here? Why are they here? What's the lore? Hey Nurgle, want me to play Battalion Wars? Probably when they add it on NSO. I know what that is, but I've never played it. It's like a spin-off of Advance Wars. Exclusively on the GameCube, but then it got a sequel on the Wii. Oh, come on. There's no reason why Luigi can't make that. See? Yups, Eddie B43, we're not even halfway through Green Guy. I know, right? I would have started stream sooner, but I had to work a late shift. Money such cases, man. Woo! Wait. Never gonna be on NSO, it's in limbo? How? It was a first-party game. How is it in limbo? They got fucking Chibi Robo on NSO. It doesn't matter how obscure the game is. Shitty GameCube version of MGS1? I mean, that one's kind of, that version's kind of fun because it has Psycho Mantis say Super Mario Sunshine and Wind Waker. But yeah, no, that's a third-party game, but Battalion Wars was first-party. They'll add it to NSO in 2028. It's all in their rainy day jar. They hold all that shit for a good rainy day when they need to distract and deflect from a controversy. Oh, we're getting flack for the Switch 2? But Donkey Kong 64 is now on NSO. What do you think about that? Right now we ferry this out here. All the way over there? I was too slow. It's the dang water. No, no. And I lost my boost. Advance Wars died so Fire Emblem could live. I don't know, I wasn't as attached to my units when I played the Advance Wars remake because they were all kind of disposable. The captain units were okay, but the infantry, like the actual units that I played with on the battlefield, and the art style played a lot to negate that as well. I didn't like the art style that they used for that remake. But I was not particularly enthralled with my units because they were nameless. Alright, I gotta be quicker. I think I can open those gates. I'm making it harder on myself. Lord of the Ring, Aragorn's Quest debunked? What, Battalion Wars? Yeah, but Nintendo still published it, so they still retain the rights. Oh yeah, I am making it harder on myself. I'm blind, clearly. Oh, I'm also on fire. Oh, the cleanest long jump. Oh my god, it's the place I need to be! But I gotta go back over there and do the mountain objective too. Alright, what am I doing? Whoa. First the player was using the fire flower? Now they're using the ice flower? This game's got everything. No! No. I was saved by my own platform. Alright, we're really raking them in. Alright, now this is the mountain one. I'm pretty sure I can do it with the first mission. Yeah. The player knows there's a star hidden in the first mission, because the game just gives it away. No mystery, no mystique, no era of discovery, it just straight up tells you there's a secret there. It's basically baby mode, you guys. Alright, we gotta catch him again. Oh no! Not bad, old man. You're welcome. Alright. Gotta climb the peak. I can see the star from here. I usually do that star first. This time I did the boss first. I don't know, that star, it's fun to do first, because it feels like, well, you're not really discovering something, because the game does tell you that there's a secret there. Well, it doesn't tell you the first time. The first time it doesn't tell you there's a secret star in the mission, so if you do that one first, without knowing that it's there, okay, it does feel like an era of discovery moment. Okay, there's a launch star over there that I gotta go to. Wait, no! I don't think it's this one. Oh wait, no, it might be. No, come on. Oh no, it's over here. No, wait, you might be able to... Oh no! Okay. I know that ledge is grabbable without the ice flower. Allow me to explain. But I need my spin back in order to pull it off.
Hippity hop.
Big ups, Infamous Chaos. 6 months at tier 1 for 7 months total. There, look, you don't need the ice flower for that. Ain't that the cat's meow? And meow to Infamous for these 7 months. Those 7 months could have gone to literally anybody else, but they're going to me, and I'm gonna waste it on gotcha. No, it's gonna go to meaningful things. It's gonna go to the phone bill, the internet bill, the electric bill. It'll go to many big bills and expenses. Thank you. As long as it's not going to Arlo. Why do you think I would tip Arlo? No. There you go. Horse Girls for Horse of the Year? I don't play Uma Musamune. I can't believe I said that right. Don't you do it. I should have did the backflip. Dinger plays the Fire Emblem gacha? I do. How much longer will it last, though? I don't think it has much time left in it. No! Again? Fire Emblem one? The new one is not a gacha though, it's not. There is no gacha mechanic in that game. Seems like kind of a missed opportunity. But the game's not really about collecting the characters. I mean, well, it is, but it's not like the focal point, because they have the actual gacha for that. The updates for that game only add one character every couple of weeks, whereas the updates for the gacha add, 4 or 5 characters for the banner every couple of weeks. It would probably be fairer to compare it to something like Overwatch, where every couple of seasons there's one and only one new character. So he plays both? Yeah. Is that bad? Yeah, they got rid of the loot crates after the first game, right? Oh, wait, okay, you gotta carry it. It's more predatory with prices than without it. People didn't know what they had. Do you think people were too harsh on loot crates? Is that the Oops. The hitboxes are so wonky. Do people actually miss loot crates? Do people just not realize what they had? Because if you look at, like, gacha mobile games, technically loot crates just never left. So why are they acceptable in, like, my fucking Genshins, but they were such a controversy in my hero shooter? And now no major AAA games have the mechanic anymore because my European... I keep dying. Usually those rocks aren't too much of a problem, but your spin gets taken away when you use the Fire Flower. Loot crates are rough, but you got currency to get pity pulls and free crates every day. Now it's like $50, $80 a skin. Yeah. Again, is it a case of where the players rallied against an evil, and so the company responded with a stronger, greater evil, but framed it and marketed it and advertised it in a way that made you think like it wasn't as great of an evil as the previous evil? Like, were loot crates actually that bad? I'm never gonna beat this. With Overwatch 1, at least you would never have to pay real money to get the cool new stuff. Battle Pass benefits, certain cool things are locked behind that Velcro wallet. Yeah, many such cases, especially with something like Fortnite. And even the Fire Emblem Among Us has a Battle Pass, and I would never pay for that because the game's honestly just kind of alright. I haven't played the actual Among Us, so I can't really compare it to Fire Emblem Among Us, but it's not a game that I would pay the premium Battle Pass in. But it does lock certain desirable items behind the premium Battle Pass. So yeah, they take away the loot crates, because Europe ruled on it, yada yada. Belgium straight up banned it, this and that. So they replace it with a system. They have to market it in a way that makes you think that it's better than what came before it. Obviously, the solution is to act like the players were right and loot crates really were bad. And whether they actually are or not is kind of irrelevant to like their goal. It's just to make you think that they were agreeing with you and that they were bad the whole time. Now they think they're bad the whole time, but they didn't think they were bad the whole time when they've had them in other games. It's like, okay, now we have to get the players to believe that we're on their side. So let's replace it with a new system that's actually worse, but we have to get them to think that it's good and better than the loot crate system. We will achieve this by using words and phrases like Battle Pass, optional premium Battle Pass that you don't have to pay to get all the content. All the content is free. It is all acquired by playing the game through standard gameplay. All you have to do is sign your firstborn away and your soul and all your free time and thousands of hours, and you too can get all the items in the Battle Pass. Nothing is locked out. Nothing is out of reach. Everything is within a feasible... everything is feasible for you to acquire. And then it's like, what the hell, man? I guess that's true, but I gotta waste thousands of hours of my time when I could just... I could just easily fucking... If I had a loot crate, an Overwatch loot crate currency, and free loot crates, I could have just gotten that stuff through the power of RNG like any other fucking gacha. You get it? You don't get it. I don't know, I've not played many AAA games. Like, I can't... Especially ones released within that time frame where the loot crates were really popping off. So I don't know how much like, look, I'm not an expert, but it is something that I think about. were loot crates actually evil? And if they were they maligned for an ultimately self-felting purpose? Was it clandestine? Playing a AAA right now? Maybe. It can be argued that it doesn't have AAA budget. But what is AAA budget? Really? It's not a bad thing that it doesn't have AAA budget, by the way. I'm not saying that. They are predatory just like mobile gacha pools, but are they less predatory than the current system? I think I do have to get those star coins for what I want to do. Probably for kids, I can't speak on that. The one-time payment is still less than having to keep buying currency to keep pulling an item, or skin overall the long run. But the price is still more expensive now than it was back then. And sometimes they would just give you the loot crate for free, and then there's a chance that you could acquire the rare item for free. Like, if you complete the whole battle pass, you get currency to buy the next pass for free, mercifully for free. But how much time does it take to do that? Again, like that's what it is. It's the asterisk of, oh, it's all, you can all get it in the game for free, but then it's like, okay, but spend like your whole fucking month playing nothing but that. It's fucking bullshit, man. I guess that's true, Golem. Time really is money. I can't really argue against that. No wonder DSP says it's a waste of my fucking time. Because what does he value as much as his own time? Yup. That's right. Money. Okay, yeah, that is what I had to do. See, I could have done this last night then. I didn't get those gold coins. We gotta go felt that gold chomp. Ah, yes. Easiest star in the world. Then while we're at it, get a few of these. No! Pretty good. I think we got like, I don't know, almost 10 stars within the hour? They don't have to steal your wallet battle passes, they keep taking your time. Yep. And because that's you're completely right. Time is money. Because what are all these games vying for at the end of the day? It's not just your money, it's also your attention span. There's only so many players, you guys. And from that, there's only so much attention that all of those players can devote. the time does keep the game alive though, but if it's like a popular, like we're talking Overwatch and Call of Duty, they're not gonna die if you don't give your own individual time to it. Maybe if we're talking on a mass scale, we're kind of seeing that with Call of Duty. Nobody liked Black Ops 7 from what I hear, so if all these players walk away from it like they're walking away from Black Ops 7, is it really gonna hurt the bottom line? Like, everyone says Black Ops 7 is trash, but fucking Phil is still playing it. Is Activision actually being affected from the negative reception on Black Ops 7? Are they for real? Or is it just a placebo effect from negative feedback online? You think it's doing bad because you're reading that it's doing bad. Are the sales actually bad? Are they actually seeing a negative effect, a negative blowback on them from players saying they're done with putting their time in the game? Not 7 just as popular as any other. People only shit on it because of the campaign. Yeah, I saw a lot of trash about the campaign when it released and how nonsensical it is. I have seen like shit about the multiplayer, but I feel like people are always gonna complain about Black Ops multiplayer. He's playing COD because he can't play Battlefield. Because Battlefield's the Battlefield requires more teamwork, whereas if you want a game where you can just feel like an action hero without having to worry about your teammates, you pick up Call of Duty and go on kill streaks. God damn it. Like, I'm saying $40, so I think it's probably doing bad. I think it might be even worse than loot boxes. That weekend events bi-weekly. That's what I'm saying, is if time really is money and attention and all this shit, these games vie for your attention to get you addicted, in the long run, is that actually more destructive than like digital gambling? Because that's what people refer to the loot boxes. Oh, it's gambling for kids, and they're endorsing it. Da 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 da. But it's turning you into a cultist for these games under the guise of, oh, it's free. All I have to do is play the game. But you end up like becoming so enraptured in it that it's all you do. It's the only kind of game that you play. I gotta grind the battle pass again, guys. And you can't really break out of that mentality because you don't want to miss anything because of the FOMO, the fear of missing out. So then, like, at that point, are you really any different from the guy who's got the bad gambling vice? You're a different flavor. Your vice became you gaming too much and becoming a cult member. Yeah, Battle Pass literally forces you to treat the game like a job. That's pure evil. I play Pokemon Unite, and they started releasing some crazy expensive holowares locked behind loot boxes. I heard about that. I think Arlo had a video on it. Some skins have cost $80 to $120 depending on your... It's so out of character for Pokemon 2. That's only because I believe China handles that game. I saw the end-of-year sales, COD 6 still sold almost as good as 7 did. Nobody plays COD for the campaign anymore. I've always said that when the games don't have a campaign like Black Ops 4, people complain. And then when they put the campaign in the game, nobody plays it. Doesn't League require you to spend hundreds on boxes to get a skin? League of Legends? You gotta ask Ann. I wouldn't disagree with sales being lower, but I think there are more factors than looking at pure numbers. Well, yeah, if you think about it, everyone's got less money in their pockets nowadays. Went on a spending spree years ago on League skins, and now I will never buy another skin again. Like, is any game skin worth $80? It's not even like a different character. Like, perhaps it could be, I don't know. Oh, it's $80, but it's a brand new character. You're guaranteed to get them if you spend $80. Like, some gachas have that, where, oh, $80, you can get them within 80 pulls, a certain amount of dollars to get the character or something, to guarantee it. But that's at least a whole character. To do that just for a skin, a costume, that doesn't, it's not a new character that changes the gameplay. And we thought horse armor was bad. $20 on a League skin? Which one was it? Is League the one with the cat boy? The one with the blue cat? Or am I thinking of something else? You have no idea what I'm talking about? Okay, I'm probably thinking of something completely different. Look, I'm not Mr. League. I'd also argue how much people spend on Pokemon cards. Oh, absolutely, that's just a real-life version of everything that we were just talking about. You could also argue that Pokemon cards are and have always been a form of gambling meant to advertise and market to children. Oh, you never know what you're gonna get in your little booster, Timmy. Dingus, why aren't these flowers constantly yapping about how weird the game is? This is back when, this is back before Quirk Chungus humor was invented. I don't remember those chicken dudes, what the hell? They've always been here! I played the game! I've streamed the game twice before already! How don't you remember the chickens? It's weird because they look like they came out of Angry Birds, but this game predates Angry Birds. I believe they only appear in this level. That could be why you don't remember. I think this is one of the more less than stellar levels in the game. I'm just kind of always negative about desert levels. Oops. Remind you of Billy Hatcher for some reason. No, I never played that game, but I know what you're talking about. Sonic Team on the GameCube. Back when they were being more experimental. It does look like something that would come out of that game. I get what they were going for, but the art style of that game is kind of goofy. I don't think the Sonic the Hedgehog art style really works with humans that have the proportions of Sonic characters. Because, like, there are humans in the Sonic games with just regular style proportions, like Maria, for example. But then you have something like Billy Hatcher, which shares the art style of Sonic, but the human characters in that game have the proportions of the anthropomorphic Sonic characters, and it just looks wrong. She came on NSO. Yeah, it'd have to be up to Sega. A hungry Luma. It's a feeder moment. Let's go feeding! $800. Oh wait, look, scam! He stole my star bits. What is this one? Big Mouth. Oh, yeah. I remember. Yeah, it's this one. Ronin Warriors sequel series premieres today. Is that the one with the dolls?
Yeah!
I think I maybe saw one advertisement for that at Granny Dingus's house back when I didn't have cable. I was like, what the fuck am I watching? Is that not what it is? What am I thinking of? There was a show on Cartoon Network that was really bad, and it aired on Toonami, and it was like, was it like Taiwanese? It was some sort of series they imported, and it was on Toonami, and I thought it was called Ronin Warriors, but it's like they look like marionettes, and they're just like, you're fighting and shit. How could I describe it other than Dynasty Warriors, but if they were dolls? I can't remember if it was Chinese or Taiwanese or Korean or Japanese or look at these. Yeah, the puppet show. You remember. What was it? Am I gonna have to look this up? Was it not called Ronin Warriors? Were they actual marionettes? Puppets are kind of big in Taiwan, TBH. It might have been Taiwanese then. Dude, you're gaslighting me. I don't remember the show you're describing. You're actually gonna make me look this up then. Okay, so whatever you're saying, okay, I guess it's not Ronin Warriors. This whole time, I thought it was Ronin Warriors. There's long-running Wuxia with puppets that's been around. That's what it is. I think that's what it is. They dubbed it into English, and it briefly aired on Toonami in like 2004. And I saw an advertisement for it at Granny Dingus's house. And I was like, what the fuck is that show? Why are they all puppets? Wulin Warriors. That's what it was. It was Wulin Warriors. That's what it was. It was that. Pull it up. Pull it up. Oh, I can't type. Oh, Pili? It's called Pili? Pilai? Pilai? Okay, it is from Taiwan. Edited version on Cartoon Network titled Wulin Warriors. Many fans of the original series complained about the poor quality of the scripts and changes made for the American version. One example was the character Ye Haseo Chai, who was a muted Taiwanese version of the series, but American version speaks frequently. Many Cartoon Network viewers were hostile to Wulin Warriors because programming of the series was part of a shift in channel's focus to include live-action programs. Was it? That wasn't complete until like 2009. This was 2006. Although Cartoon Network stopped airing Wulin Warriors after only 2 episodes, all 13 episodes could be seen on Kids AOL. They were taken off after a few years and can now only be found on YouTube. What? Was it only taken off after 2 episodes? Oh man, here it is. Mamma mia. Pablo, bring up the Wulin Warriors ad. Alright, let's load it on Brave. 30 seconds of advertisements because there were only 2 episodes aired. This is like a blast from the past. I thought of this when you said Ronin Warriors. Hey, Praise the Sun.
Trained from an early age, these swordsmen are Wulin's greatest warriors. Now, they must defeat one of their own to save Wulin from destruction. Wulin Warriors, Saturday, February 4th at 8 p.m. Only Toonami on Cartoon Network.
Look, it looks kind of cool, right? Kinda?
These swordsmen are Wulin's greatest warriors. Now, they must defeat one of their own to save Wulin from destruction. Wulin Warriors, Saturday at 8 p.m. Only Toonami.
It got the primetime slot. It was like the lead show. And that's it. It only got 2 ads. The problem was the action is good, but it had a Power Rangers it was a Power Rangers situation. They edited it too much. It wasn't as they didn't edit it as good as they edited Power Rangers. So it was canceled after 2 episodes, even though they had dubbed the full season of it. So they changed the dialogue, they cut scenes out, it was an unfaithful adaptation, you guys. But at least Power Rangers was so utterly unfaithful, it kind of became a, quote, classic Samurai Pizza Cat style, and then kind of became its own franchise, unrelated to Super Sentai. It's like Thunderbolt Fantasy, we so back Goose. It must have aired when I kind of stopped watching TV, I have no memory of that. It was 2006 on Toonami. I thought it was a bit early, I had said 2004. Yeah, but I know I remember seeing an ad for it. And it had to have been, it had to have been that ad, because that's the only ad it got. No recollection of that, and I watched Toonami religiously back then. Yeah, well, 2 episodes stopped airing after 2 weeks. I guess too many people complained. That's crazy, because if you complain about a TV show now online, nothing happens. I guess the internet wasn't what it is now back then. So I guess back then, if you cry enough, and ratings meant more too. You know, people actually cared about. Corporations cared about ratings back then, so if you cry enough, plus the corporation can clearly see that people are crying enough with the you know, the crying is reflected in the ratings. They're like, oh, okay, this really does suck. And I'm sure it hurts them to do that too, because you know they don't pay for that by the episode. I'm sure they paid for the whole season, all 13 episodes that they had dubbed of that show. But the outcry must have been so fierce, they just dropped it after 2 episodes, not airing the other 11. It's like, oh, I guess we gotta take the L on it. Like, they hate it that much. And I'm sure that was the intention, too. It's not like the advertisement marketed it as, like, a special airing or something. No, it looked like it was just gonna be another addition to the lineup. Hi, you're supposed to be live right now on your week-long stream. My stream is so cool. It makes Kai stop his own stream just to watch mine. Look, it's the guy. But a lot of shit aired on Toonami. Like, people remember, of course, like, Dragon Ball Z and the Naruto and shit, and 4Kids era One Piece on Toonami. But there are a lot of shows on Toonami that they just aired for a little bit and then never finished. When I would go to Granny Dingus's house on weekends, I'd be there right as Toonami would start, and they would show Duel Masters, and that shit was like a fever dream. I don't remember anything about Duel Masters. I know they never finished it, because 1 week it just went away. There was, well, I guess people like Zatch Bell, but Zatch Bell, the anime never finished it, right? They never adapted the full manga. They ought to bring Zatch Bell back and do a Brotherhood. Well, Full Metal on it. I remember watching Zatch Bell. I remember it being a very combat-heavy show. But then 1 week there was an episode where they went to the woods and went camping or something, and there was like no fighting whatsoever. That must have been a filler episode. I was like, why the fuck didn't they? Why didn't they fight anyone in this episode? What's going on? Oh, and then there was Rave Master by the Fairy Tail Man. Before Fairy Tail, there was Rave Master. And I know they didn't finish Rave Master. Bro, they must have aired like fucking 5 episodes of that before pulling it. Zatch Bell had a sequel. Zatch Bell went hard. Zatchbell's had 2 mangas, both finished. Yeah, so like, there's no reason why they can't bring Zatchbell back then. Zatch. God, and Toonami's still going. They just finished airing that Lazarus show. Yeah, I watched all of this with Anne. I don't remember a thing about Lazarus. Oh, they're airing Mashal right now. I actually like Mashal. Don't tell Anne this. Mashal is actually good. Where's the programming? We need to hit that that sweet spot. That 04, 05, 06 sweet spot. Oh my god, they were airing Bakugan in 2008. Gross. Hey Pim Pam, how you doing, Dinks? I'm doing great, thank you for asking. Hello, hello. Oh my god, dude, I remember when they aired the Prince of Tennis. They aired the Prince of Tennis in 2006, because, like, technically, the Prince of Tennis is action. They were trying sports anime, and I don't think anybody really liked it. Oh, and of course you got Bobo. Cyborg 009. I know the name, I never saw the show. We didn't have cable till a long time later in life, so as a kid, around the time frame, we'll call it of like peak era Toonami, I could only watch it at Granny Dingus's house. I think they were still doing weekday Toonami at this point, but I could only watch on the weekends if Mama Dingus and Papa Dingus had like a get-together gathering that they had to attend, and I couldn't go. Eureka 7? That was on... not old school Toonami, but like revival Toonami. I did see all of Eureka 7, but this must have been like years and years, maybe even a decade ago at this point, you guys. So I don't remember too much about it. Oh, yeah, dude, here's one I really don't remember. I saw the Suspicious sequel series of Eureka 7 with the kid. I remember not liking it. It was Eureka 7 AO? See, I'm looking at what else they aired. Why is it in bold? Bold text indicates the show had any form of world premiere on the block, excluding English dub-only premieres. They had the world premiere of Duel Masters? No way! What the... Whoa! Duel Masters was popping off! Ah! It began as a manga adaptation of Magic the Gathering before branching off to... Really? It was a manga adaptation of Magic the Gathering? I had no idea, you guys! What a small world. AO was terrible? I don't know if Anne's watched it. I don't think I watched it as it was airing. It was just one of the shows. There was like a period where I was like binging random anime, and that was one of the ones I watched because I had already seen your original Eureka 7. That wasn't on. It had to have been one of the ones that I was just binging randomly, because I don't think Revival Toonami aired it. But yeah, it was pretty bad. It's all a blur in my head. I'll do that one next time. They aired a Hamtaro. Memba Hamtaro? Oh wait, no. Can I still talk to you? What you need? Oh. Wow, they aired more Gundam than I remembered. Oh man. That shitty Card Captors adaptation of Card Captor Sakura? They adapted Cardcaptor Sakura, but adapted it for the guys? Sorry, I got really sidetracked there. Yeah, I'm not really a Gundam guy. And has played some, like, classic Gundam and shit. Like, there's some funny moments, I would say. Some Dingus-style moments. I like the Cactus Gundam. Forgot what show had the Cactus Mexican Gundam. I thought that was pretty funny. He showed SSS Gridman. I like that. But I know Gridman isn't Gundam. It's like a completely different genre. And not that he knows this, but I already saw Gridman on my own time. So it was actually the second time that I'd watched Gridman. I know they made continuations of it. I haven't seen the whatever continuation that they've made. Yeah, the Tequila Gundam. SSS Coomerman? Well, I don't know if I can necessarily co-sign that, bish. We're watching all of 79, Zeta, and G in high school. What's the one that people always... Oh, it's a Green Star. What's the one people always hate on? Is it Gundam Wing? Gridman got my girl Rika. The nerd character, the friend in that show, reminded me of the guy from Fire Emblem Three Houses. Yeah, like the same hairstyle. Wing and Seed. Wing is beloved. Seed is bad. I always hear people shit on Wing. Is Wing beloved or not? There will be no Wing slander in this household. What do you mean? We shit on Wings all the time. I don't got nothing to smile about, man. Wing is beloved. I don't know what they're smoking. And do we just do the trials now? I tend to save the trials for later. Wing is insanely popular, much more than G. I'm surprised just how many people in this sector are familiar with Gundam. And I always thought like Gundam was just more of a niche kind of thing. I guess you guys love giant robots, you guys. What Gundams have I seen, like, the whole way through? Because I'm not going to say I've never seen Gundams. When I say I'm not really Mr. Gundam, I more so am referring to these shows that you guys are familiar with, but I have seen some Gundam. Just, here's the caveat. It's not any of the Gundams that you guys like. Gundam is a top 12 grossing franchise. I don't know! I didn't know that, you guys. Okay, I've seen Iron-Blooded Orphans. I saw all of Iron-Blooded Orphans, and there's another one here I'm not seeing. Maybe the other one I'm thinking of isn't even here. Oh, Unicorn. I saw all of Iron-Blooded Orphans and Unicorn. Iron-Blooded Orphans kind of had a sad ending. Oh, the Witch from Mercury is the one that everybody cried about because it's got lesbians in it or something. It's gay! I like Unicorn. G Gundam is goated. We're talking about Gundam and my internet shitting itself. Whoa! I did not put my controller in the resting position. D-Side's like, oh my god! Oh my god, the audience has finally tricked Dingus into talking about Gundam, and my internet's dying! Ah! Fuck you, Comcast. Oh! Ba-da-ba-da-do-do-do-do-do. Ba-da-ba-da-ba-da-do-do. Ba-da-do-do-do-do. There we go. You gotta get a running start. It's supposed to be the hard version of the earlier level that I did yesterday. It's the skill check level. No, 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 no. Alright, no, I'm not trying for those. Oh my god. You roll on the Goomba and he get the little short hop puts you on the edge. Dude, why would you even try to go for those star bits? Okay, maybe. Alright, fair enough. No, 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 no. Cozy, 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 comfortable. Oh yeah, just fucking send bombs my way, right? Why not? Schizophrenic if you want to go for all those coins. They're meaningless. Coins don't even do anything in this game. Why are coins even here? No. At least the star bits, you can feed them to the feeders and unlock new levels. What do the coins do, really? Why are the coins here? The coins feel like they're in the Galaxy games because Miyamoto couldn't commit to not having them in the game. Why does Mario and Luigi, why do they collect 2 currencies in Galaxy 1 or 2? What is the point? Why couldn't the star bits heal you? Probably because you collect so many all at once, you would never die. Calm, be at ease, Okay. As if this even matters, getting all these 1-ups. I have fucking 100 of them. Meaningless rewards. Oh! No! Oh my lord. Wow, do it all again. Wow, do the whole level all over again. No checkpoints. Fuck this game. No, really, I'm done with it. I'm putting the controller down until someone tells me what to do. I can't even get the fucking star bits because of how I have the resting position that I have the controller in. You think it looks easy? If you could only hold the controller in your hand. If I could hand you the controller, you would understand.
The emblems are with me.
And 1337 rating with only 1 viewer. What the? What happened? He crashed out? He only put 1 underscore?
My name is Anne.
Twitch is shitting the bed, Twitch is messing up? He rage quit the boss? Seems like it. So is Twitch messing up? I was watching other people earlier, and it seemed like the people I was watching, like they were buffering more than usual. But this particular person was also saying that they were getting fucked over by their ISP, so I kind of chalked it up to their own connection. Ice stream went down. Dingus stream is dying too. Is it? I don't have any dropped frames. Am I actually dying? Okay, so it's not me. It is Twitch. Got another streamer whose stream is bugged right now. Yeah, because I was watching some other people, like Kai, while at work. Locked in here in the big seat. And, I didn't notice any stuttering on Kai. But once I switched to the other guy I was watching, it started buffering real bad. But then at the same time, like, he was talking about his ISP issues. So I guess he chalked it up to Comcast, and he was ranting about Comcast and telling them to go fuck themselves. In reality, it was Twitch the whole time. Current dying, rather, Twitch had hiccups. No drop frames with my view count went from 30 to 1. So US East Coasters getting felted right now. I see. How strange. That's unfortunate. Thank you for the raid. Doing a very hard level in Mario Galaxy right now. I didn't notice it was already midnight. I did start the stream really late, even later than I did yesterday. Such are the woes of a late shift night.
Why did you take the duck bucket? This is your fault! I'm gonna kill you! I'm gonna murder you! I'm gonna kill you all! Shy? Remember the duck bucket?
This is one of those modern classic moments from last year.
I didn't want to take another shot! This is your fault!
That guy's got problems.
He does got problems.
Thank you for the hand check.
I just want to watch.
Yeah, and you caught us in the middle of a gaslit Gundam discussion because I found myself talking about Toonami. Like old school Toonami. Back when I could only watch it at Granny Dingus's house. Now, in spite of that, I've not watched much Gundam. I saw when you showed the Tequila Gundam, but the only— shut up. Dude, I was at the end too when I died. Can you believe it? I've only seen all of Iron-Blooded Orphans and Unicorn. I think G Gundam is top popular and Wing is bottom. I've heard people say Wing is bad. One of the worst designs ever, Tequila Gundam? That can't be true. You know, I'm checking, because I do think it's weird that it says raid with one viewer, but I'm checking the viewer list, and it looks like everyone was sent over. I was curious if it actually worked or not. It does look like the people that were a part of your stream got sent over. Wing has fun designs, was very political, story-driven. It's all because I mentioned the Ronin Warriors sequel there today. Yeah, okay. And you know what Ronin Warriors is, right? So he says he was talking about Ronin Warriors, but I was reminded of Wulin Warriors, which I thought was what he meant by Ronin Warriors. Wulin Warriors was this. The fucking puppet show. This aired 2 episodes before they canceled it. It was a Power Rangers tier adaptation of some Taiwanese show with marionettes.
Trained from an early age, these swordsmen are Wulin's greatest warrior.
The problem is, like, the action looks pretty cool, but they fucking butchered the show and put fanfiction dialogue, and it wasn't taking itself as seriously as the source material. Like, they tried to Power Rangers it, but, you know, at least Power Rangers, like, worked, and it spun off into its own separate, distinct IP, and its own successful franchise that you just uses the footage from Super Sentai. It didn't really work for Wulin Warriors.
Now, they must defeat one of their own to save Wulin from destruction. Wulin Warriors, Saturday at 8 p.m. Only Toonami on Cartoon Network.
And then I get recommended a Gamer from Mars video. Look up Ronin Warriors. Okay, my response is this, D-Scythe. I'm looking at Ronin Warriors, and what I what I thought Ronin Warriors was actually Saint Seiya. This is... I don't know what anything is anymore. Goki says, and do you like new types? Are you referring to trans Japanese people? Real talk, Goki, like, what did he mean by this? Ronin Warriors is very Saint Seiya coded, that's true. Oh my god, I'm not entirely dumb. Oh, wait, no, what I'm thinking of isn't new type, I'm thinking of new halves. New half is a Japanese term. Wasei ego? Wasei ego? Pseudo loanword from new and half, used primarily for male to female cross-dressers, trans women, or in fiction for characters with female bodies but male genitalia, often carrying derogatory connotations by focusing on the halfway transition rather than the person's identity. Okay, so new type is a Gundam term. I am completely out of the loop. Hey Dingus, when will you try a difficulty mod for your Nintendo games? Probably not in the immediate far-flung future. But since we just got the raid, the daily wrap is here. Street Fighter 6 returning, Pokemon in Black Ops 7, crush it! The daily wrap, January 5th, 2026. I'm actually kind of sad that I can no longer say 2025 with that cadence that I always say it in. 2025. Now I gotta say 2026. It doesn't really roll off the tongue the same way. Alright, if you're hearing the sound of my voice, it's time for the daily wrap! And then I guess we can start watching videos.
Good evening, everyone. Phil here, and welcome to the Daily Wrap for what was Monday, the 5th of January, 2026.
This sounds like scuffed monkey ball music.
Today was an interesting day because today was a completely balanced day. It was like yin and yang, okay? What does that mean? Well, it means the first
hitting us with the okay like it's an early 2010 video.
We had a 30 to 40 minute hangout session, and then it was Pokemon Legends ZA. But something special happened during the hangout session.
People actually showed up.
Today, I filmed a special video, and this video concerned an idea that I had for this coming Friday. The idea is follows. I have not played fighting games in a while, okay? The last time I played fighting games was months ago, and that was the...
But last week, I remember this. Last week, someone told him, when are you going to bring back Friday Night Fights? And he said, I'll bring it back when there is a good fighting game, good brand new fighting game that comes out. 4 days later of 4 coffers not being filled, and 1 coffer that got filled for RimWorld, and he comes up with these weird, dirty deals and scuffed, absurd negotiating tactics. I don't negotiate with terrorists. But he's like, oh yeah, we could do Street Fighter 6 on Friday if you guys want to show up for it. And it just feels really weird and stinky to me, like he's trying to get Jax Raxer back in here or something.
In Capcom vs. SNK 2 for a while, for months, I loved it, but then it fell off and no one plays it anymore. I hadn't played anything else in a long time. In the meantime, I've upgraded everything in the studio, including having a setup that now uses a 0 input delay OLED monitor. So, I began to crave some fighting games.
He's craving!
Right? And
but I thought you hated Street Fighter 6.
This week, we had an
You said last week the reason he wouldn't come back to Street Fighter 6 is because it sucks.
Earlier in the week, or... what we could do is we could try to push all the schedule back a bit.
ASCP.
And then maybe on Friday we could actually bring back Friday Night Fights.
That's what he's saying.
So I proposed this to everyone this morning. Here's the idea. If you want to know the full idea, watch the video. I put out
It's weird how he acts like it's an idea, a proposal. It's literally just, should I play Street Fighter 6 Friday? Yes or no?
Friday Night Fights. It'll be 4 characters, so I'll be playing, casual play / player matches, not ranked matches.
Oh,
and
lame.
Just to see how it works. Meaning, I haven't played it in so long. Is the game fun?
I'm so
Does
rusty.
it run well or is it laggy?
You told us
What
it
about
wasn't
the new
fun
characters that I
last
haven't even
week.
seen, of which I think there's 3 now, right? So basically, it would
You
be
said
an
you weren't
interesting
interested in the
experiment. But
DLC.
the question is, do people care anymore about Street Fighter 6 on DSP Gaming? Would people
Oh,
actually
yeah,
show
they
up,
could
engage,
care
and
about it in
support that
general,
content?
but they
Or
don't
would
care
people
about it
be
on
bored and
DSP
be like,
Gaming.
"Oh, I thought you dropped this. Why is it back?" I'm curious, just from a tech standpoint, if the game would look good on the monitor, if the game would have no input delay, etc. Certainly.
Yeah, there's no
I'm probably not
choice.
gonna
He's
do
just doing
great
it because he
because
felt
I'm
like
gonna
it.
get
I didn't
bodied
fucking
by
ask for
people
this
who've
shit
been
to come
playing
back.
nonstop. I've barely played it, in the last year. But I'm curious for a random stream. So I proposed it. The video right now.
Are we
people
gonna get the
watching it and
Zuki
starting to leave
Wookie
feedback
stream
on the
tonight
video. If
of
you haven't
Dark
seen it
Side
yet, please
Phil?
do so. And please leave
Zookster,
feedback
are you
on
gonna
that video
stream
on the
Snipe
channel.
Phil?
I'm gonna gauge your interest over the week, and as long as people are okay with it, I'm gonna do that.
Zuki's been
and return
training
to
in
Friday
Street
Night Fights
Fighter.
this Friday. Okay. Pokemon Legends ZA. How did it go today? Well,
Good.
today was a day
You say in
of
the
a lot
title
of
that you
grinding,
crushed it.
And what that means is today we had to
Grinding,
grind all
yeah,
the way up
define grinding for me.
50,000 research points to unlock the next leg of the story. And so we did,
Playing
and it took a
Grand
while
Blue?
because now
He's not gonna go back to
50,000,
Grand Blue.
That means each time that we go
I know you're
into
playing
one
it
of
for
these
yourself,
rifts,
but
these
could you imagine if you
dimensional
went back
rifts,
to
you
Grand
gotta
Blue?
do 2-3 optional objectives to even get 3,000. So, we did over 10 of them. It
Didn't
was
we go through
something
this
like
low
12,
latency
13,
thing 3
14
times
to
and now?
actually get
Yeah.
to the 50,000. It took almost the entirety of the stream.
Remember when he spent the better part of a year shitting on the Cannon Brothers during his Street Fighter 6 saga? And then I can't remember what option it was. He fixed one option. He flicked one little option in the options menu that he hadn't considered before, and then all of his lag went away by his own definition. And then that fucker Expand Dong went into the chat and said, "Oh, I guess there's 2 brothers out there that you owe an apology to." And then he was like, "Well, Expand Dong, and if the gameplay holds up and if there is no lag, then yes, I will consider apologizing to the Cannon Brothers." And then he never actually apologized to them. He just said he was going to apologize to them. Very cool. Nice one, Expand Dong.
Near the end of the stream, we did achieve it. The story advances and it says, "Oh, you need to make a super crawler."
Yeah, the game.
In order
Super
to
crawler?
enter this super rift at the center of the map and advance the story.
The super crawler.
But this crawler needs special berries, and to get
Yeah,
those
you gotta
berries,
grind
you
for the
gotta
donut.
grind more in the dimensional rift.
I don't know, there was some controversy
So I'd
where
already
he looked
grinded
up the
over 2 hours.
recipes
I
or
had to grind
something.
more. The good news is by the end of the stream, we are now...
The funny thing about him looking up the recipes isn't that he looked up the recipes, it's that he made other people look up the recipes for him when all he had to do was rewind his own stream to see what the recipe was. It's so weird because he has multiple devices in front of him that he could use to look up all the recipes rather than just still, as he sits there, demand someone else look up the recipe for him.
Ready to advance the plot of the Pokemon Legends ZA DLC. Some of you might be saying, "I can't believe Phil's still playing this. Why is he still playing this?"
Because people
And how
like
much
it.
longer
They
does it
attend,
last?
engage, and
I'm
support.
still playing it because it's doing well. We have a dedicated group of viewers. I'd say...
And I said this last night, but how Pokemon is doing is how he wants Clair Obscure to be doing. Clair Obscure is doing bad and no one is watching it, but he wants to keep playing it because he thinks it's a good game. Pokemon, no one's watching it, but 2 or 3 people are supporting it and it's making money, so he's still playing it. And that's important when he has a rotation of things that don't consistently make money. Pokemon consistently makes money because of this fucking naming scam he's got going on. But you can tell as he justifies it every single time he fucking talks about it, he clearly does not want to be playing this game still in the Big 2-6 when he started playing it in fucking October. He's not that big of a Pokemon fan. Half the time, all the time he plays a Pokemon game. It's because you can fucking name a Pokemon for $20. This is the main driving factor behind him continuing to play the game. But you can tell from how he has to keep justifying the playthrough continuing that he very obviously does not want to keep playing this fucking game.
I can't believe Phil's still playing this. Why is he still playing this? And how much longer does it last? I'm still playing it because it's doing well. We have a dedicated group of viewers, I'd say probably around 130 to 150 on YouTube, and about 50 to 100 on Kick who show up every time I play it, and they support this stream. It does well. It's been 60
Become a Pokemon
hours and
YouTuber
climbing,
then.
if you can believe it.
Become a Pokemon
We've still
YouTuber
got
then. Play other
consistency and
Pokemon
people
games.
showing up for it, so that's why I keep it going. And to be honest, it's a relaxing, chill time with said audience when we
The
play
people
it. I have a
complaining
good
are
time.
brokies.
So
The people complaining don't support
we
to see
continued
other
today.
games.
We had a good time. And it looks like probably if you know, the pacing is staying as is. Probably another 1 to 2 streams, and we will actually finish it. But we'll see. Maybe there'll be another twist at the end. I don't know. But it looks like we're getting to the end of this DLC.
The problem with these Pokemon games is that they release them too close together. I don't know if he'd be too interested in actually playing through the one that comes out this year, inevitably. Because there was that case where he played Legends Arceus, but because he played Legends Arceus, he didn't play Brilliant Diamond Shining Pearl, because it was just too much Pokemon. He would have gotten Pokemon burnout. And then I want to say he had skipped the Scarlet Violet DLC for a similar reason. He had way too much Pokemon. And unlike this one, Scarlet and Violet did not as good on his streams, if I remember right. It wasn't gangbusters every day that he played Scarlet and Violet. I want to say Legends Arceus had better performance when he played through that one. Whoa, it's a UNFW1 raid. I'm watching the thing that you just got done watching. So you can watch me watch it again, but with my commentary. Hey, Astro. Yeah, I'm tossing you back in time. Let's get a big fat follow for the Unfun One, fellow detractor style. You can watch his streams now that he's back to streaming, and he will talk about Phil for upwards of 10 hours on the weekends. You can watch restreams. You can maul at Phil alongside him, or watch him play Resident Evil.
It's almost been 20 years since his one crowning achievement in life.
Hired by a helicopter company, yeah, exactly.
Hey, Billy.
We have had this.
Interesting.
Yeah, that's how UNF sounds. He doesn't sound like Ann.
Feels like a waste when he's gonna scale it to its parry.
Probably don't need this with 31.
Like, you can say it's a waste, but she does build meter while that's happening.
She goes right.
Man, remember when Ann restreamed Street Fighter 6? Is that how we get the Ann restreams back?
Very rarely played darts. I had my godfather had a dartboard in his. It's gonna take practice. I never played it enough.
The dartboard really, story?
You know, get good at it. By the way, I'm shitting.
I never got good at darts.
That also was getting copyright claim, according to this.
No, we need Street Fighter 6 restreams to come back.
That one also, I just got a pop up saying, "Oh, copyright." Dude, I don't know. Like everything this week is getting claimed.
Okay, I see why that was clipped now. Everything's getting clipped. No, I've clipped. Everything's getting claimed. and then you just have that. That's pretty good. No, we need the Ann restream to come back. Guys, DSP is playing literally nothing I am interested in. The gameplay is so boring. Blah, blah, blah. Segue it into DSP content is just not as good as it used to be. This and that. But there's proof that Ann was at one point interested in Street Fighter. Nah, it's okay. Ann's gonna use the excuse of, oh, my fellow Asian piece of peace will come back from his fatherly duties, literally implicating that a family man must be torn away from his family to restream another family man who isn't Asian, but is Italian and Polish. Shameful. Putting it on a family man when Ann, the not family guy, could be restreaming. I was interested in him getting clobbered in Street Fighter. That will never happen in casuals. Yeah, good excuse. He's so rusty in the game. Zookie Wookie could get in there and kick his ass. And Zookster's just as rusty. Alright, where was I? 4 minutes in. Thank you for the raid.
Okay. So it went well. Everything went good. And then tonight it was time for Call of Duty Black Ops 7. I used new equipment again, which I'll probably showcase some of this equipment on the podcast tomorrow because I hadn't shown it to anyone because I hadn't used it yet. But I tested it tonight, and man, this stuff worked well. Like particularly this little guy right here, which I can show you tomorrow, was really good for Call of Duty. Tonight, once again, overwhelmingly positive kill-death ratio.
Alright, and has responded with an appropriate wall of text. Dingus, I like how you use that logic to cover DSP, just like how people use that logic without saying it for me, doing all these late night releases, a code drop that you make fun of me, saying only you can do it, and. Well, that's true, only you can do it, and. In particular, the reason why that bit works with me is because I have been in similar positions as manager Dingus, so I know what it's like when you have incompetent minions who don't know how to do things, and then you're the person who has to helicopter parent them, and then you're the only one that can do it, so you feel like you may as well just do everything, because if you leave it to other people, they're just going to fuck it up somehow, and then that'll just create more work for you in the long run. So you may as well just do the work that you thought that you assigned to them, so they don't fuck it up, so it's just more work for you, so you just have to do what you thought you were going to do, and then on top of that, do work for them too. You get it? So I need to knock some bitch up and get married so I don't gotta stay up late for code drops. I know that now. True, because you know why? Because then she can be the second income.
I think I only had one match with a negative kill death ratio all night. Lots of wins, unlocks. We actually unlocked the ballistic knife this time.
It's all
I was also
coming
using
together.
the new drone I had unlocked last time.
Have her work at a
jeans
store or something.
It's super good. So I was actually having a great time with Call of Duty tonight.
Oh,
and
what
the
a
thing
king.
is, we had tons of viewership.
He was winning.
Now, why do we have tons of viewership? Because trolls want to see me fail in Call of Duty,
Oh.
right? But we were over an hour in, and we had, man, I'll be honest, about $60 of support. And I was like, guys, I don't know if you really want this or not. I'm trying to gauge if I should do a second stream
about your
later in the
future
week.
baby mama
I'm trying
like
to
that.
gauge if this is something I should do long term. And as I was playing in the last hour, 2 people did giant super chats. So we ended up actually having a really good night of support for Call of Duty, but it was mostly because of 2 people. Okay?
But that's how Pokemon
So I don't
is.
know if this is going to translate long term. If you like Call of Duty, I urge you to watch this gameplay from tonight.
Why is it an issue with Call of Duty with But we just got this feel about how I'm still playing Pokemon because it has a consistent audience of people who show up. It doesn't matter if it's like 1 or 2 people who give money because these people always show up. I guess the worry is now, are these super chatters going to show up every time I play Call of Duty?
You'll see I'm getting way better at the game now, and basically it's actually entertaining to those who want to see. It's not just me raging anymore, although there is rage. I'm actually doing well.
Yeah, someone asked,
again, I like having this in the rotation.
why are you getting mad at
I'm
the
just
game
not
if you're
sure
still
it's gonna
playing
work
good?
long term, if we're relying on 1 to 2 people to support
That was a
it,
nice
you know what I'm
sneak
saying?
diss.
Like, we need more consistency of people to show up, engage, and support, not just 2 people. So I'm going to play it again on Thursday
I'm raging
night.
because I'm
I urge
calling
you, if
the
you
game
like
out.
Call of Duty, please show up on Thursday night and please engage and support this stream. Let's keep it in the rotation, especially with all this new equipment that's letting me do well.
Well, it's an
I would
issue because he
love
didn't
to play it
recognize the
again.
accounts.
Let's go. Okay?
They might charge
So
back.
overall, 2 great streams where we had engaged audiences. The support was good. I had fun with the new setup with Call of Duty. Everything went well.
I don't know, he doesn't seem
All
too
right?
nervous.
But now the schedule has changed as a result of me attempting to play Street Fighter 6 on Friday. So tomorrow, there will be a podcast in the morning, and I'll walk you through some of the new things that I've got here.
Usually he would just straight up say
that I added to my
he's
setup,
nervous because he doesn't recognize
recently.
the person, or
Okay.
et cetera, et cetera.
I'll also talk about year-end series and more. So FYI, we'll have a
the
good
top
chill
8.
podcast tomorrow morning. And then it's going to be Arc Raiders, our first Arc Raiders
Raiders.
drops of the week on the day stream. Okay, so Arc Raiders is always good
82,
fun. I
no.
hope you'll join me for that as we continue the grind to try to get the components to upgrade my gunsmith bench. And then tomorrow night on the late stream, it's RimWorld again. And I know you might be saying, wait, what? I thought RimWorld wasn't going to be until Wednesday. Well, we're pushing the schedule up one day. Here's the thing about RimWorld tomorrow.
Don't point at me,
It's
bitch.
the final stream where I'm going to be playing with this original
Nasty
group of
ass finger.
survivors.
I know
Because
where that
people
finger
seem
been.
to have a strong desire to see me start the team over and play on normal difficulty this time and try with a randomized group of survivors. So that way it's kind of more challenging and it's interesting to see their personality perks and the way that they work with each other and stuff like that. And I'm okay with that. Like, no exaggeration. I told you guys.
Zero
the first 2-3
exaggeration.
streams, I just wanted me to be learning.
I mean,
the
did
game,
I-
but then
did
I'd be
I
okay
think
with,
you were
like, tackling it
exaggerating?
legit. So tomorrow night will be the last night where basically it's kind of you helping me, walking me through, teaching me things about the game. And then after that, next time we play next week, we're going to restart a new group and go from there. So the tutorial group will be done, and I'll try to do an honest effort doing it on my own. Of course, there'll still be help from people on Stream Chat, but, I'll know the basics to try to know what order to do stuff this time. Okay? So tomorrow is going to be a good variety of stuff, right? A podcast, Arc Raiders, and RimWorld. Wednesday now is going to be, I believe, Claire Obscure, and yes, Claire Obscure, and then we're going to be doing a night
No
stream.
pre-planned,
of,
no money stream. Pretty
Arc
good.
Raiders again. Thursday then is going to be my first of the year-end series, which is the Disappointing Games Countdown in the morning. Then it's going to be Pokemon Legends ZA and more Call of Duty, and that means that Friday is a double kind of big event because we have Code Violet premiering on the first stream, and then Friday Night Fight Street Fighter 6 returning on the late stream. It's going to be exciting, okay? So thank you guys. Today was a great day of content, great day of streams and fun. I hope that you enjoyed it all, and I hope to see you tomorrow right here bright and early for the Level
Music
1
hard
podcast.
cuts right here.
Good night, my friends. Peace out.
Love that. You're doing great, Phil. So did I hear that right? The Disappointing Games is now relegated to the pre-stream? I'm out of the loop. I didn't know that. That's different. Doing a speed run. I gotta beat the level again, but I gotta do it fast. No! Hold up. Speedrun tech. Pokemon is his worst stream besides RimWorld right now. Well, DSP ranks Silent Hill as the most disappointing game of the year? What? No, he didn't hate it that much. Do you really think that, or do you just want it? Did you just want it to be the most disappointing? Oh shit, I'm blind. Where is this? I don't even think you believe that it has a chance of being the most disappointing game. Well, take it easy, son. There it is. Waste of time. I like the little red filter they give you for these speedrun levels. Really ups the tension, you guys. He's labeling everything except Pokemon as a test stream to cope with the fact that he'll have to drop them eventually. No, it's all an experiment. We're experimenting right now. We're seeing what works with the schedule or something. Felt it. Should have known I was gonna make that long jump. Still flabbergasted it's top 8, not top 10. Are you? He didn't play that many games last year. Well, he did, but he just fucking rage quit all of them. Alright, what do I got? I hate Candace Owens. What is this? It's our boy.
Every once in a while, I'll see people bringing up bits and pieces from Candace Owens' past, and one of the little nuggets
Remember when she wanted to ban the trolls?
Rears its ugly head is Social Autopsy, typically referred to as a doxing website, not an unreasonable characterization, and it was quite the sinister project. Here's an example of how they promoted themselves. Why bother arguing with someone over the hateful and harmful words they share on Facebook, when you can instead anonymously submit them to Social Autopsy? Let their employers read their words. I think it's valuable
Bill would be
for
all
people
over
to be
this.
aware of this, but there's a problem with summaries I typically see. If you are a somewhat online individual, you've likely seen it laid out like this yourself. It normally goes, Candace Owens used to be a rabid liberal who was running a doxing website that targeted conservatives before she had her epiphany and became Red Pill Black. Both parts of that kind of summary, though, are not very accurate.
Even his
According
haters
to
can't
Candace,
remember what
the
he played
sense in which
last
she
year.
was a liberal was merely that she didn't understand labels. She describes the change not as a shift in values, but as an increase in understanding. She has stated that she never really was a liberal and that she was always a conservative.
I don't even know that I ever really was a liberal. I didn't care about politics.
Yeah.
So you have to think about
That's
this.
just what you. That's what the conservatives want you to say, though.
I wasn't involved in politics. I didn't really know what being a liberal meant, what being a
Oh, that's
conservative
cool.
meant. I think at the end of the day, I was
That's
always a
cool. You just want to win the
According to
conservatives
Candace Owens
over.
herself, this get-out-of-jail-free card in the form of her totally flipping overnight is invalid. Additionally, the idea that Social Autopsy was meant to target conservatives is incorrect. In practice, of course, it would disproportionately affect conservatives, but they're not who the gun was being aimed at. Candace Owens' doxing website was meant to target children. People at the time were concerned that minors might get caught up in this, but very, very few were aware that that was the entire entire point of the project. The version being crowdfunded for on Kickstarter
was proto-Roblox.
was a test run for that. Here is Candace Owens in 2018 talking to Joe Rogan explaining this.
And
Ralph endorsed this by making Candace Owens huge.
That the YouTubers were freaking out about, and they thought that it was a political machine, and it was going to be to help children. I felt
I'm not aware of this. What is
right.
the social
So it
autopsy?
never
No,
launched.
Joe
It was
Rogan, you're
an
not aware
idea
of
that I had
anything.
to build
Explain this
something
to
that
me.
would be like screenshots
what
of
was
what people
this?
said online, and like to put them in like a timeout. So I literally were going around. We were
Well, that's
meeting with
very interesting.
high schools, and saying like we're thinking
Well,
about
that's
building
deep.
something for children.
I can't believe that didn't work
instead of
out.
going to prison because you sent a mean tweet or a mean snap. Like, what if you just couldn't like try out for the football team? You know what I mean? Like, what if like your teachers checked a database to see like how you're behaving online? Was it like naive going back? Like, sure.
Yeah,
like,
it's kind of
the idea
dystopian,
that
actually.
The feedback we were getting from principals was like, first try on adults, because like if this goes awry, like to do this for children is like not going to be a great idea.
Firstly, it was a little bit more than incredibly naive, wasn't it? It was intensely retarded and dangerous. And secondly, this is a good example of
It was
why
a slippery
it still
slope,
matters
you
now.
guys.
You can say, well, even that statement was in 2018. That's one of the last things she said about it. That's so long ago. The reason
Yeah,
it
isn't that
hasn't
the
come up
problem,
again
though?
is only because she successfully lied so much.
Yeah, isn't that the problem? Hell, that's one of the last things she said about it. Yeah, in 2018. So obviously, she knows it's not in her best interest to really talk about that anymore, because it's a consistent talking point that her conservative detractors continuously bring up. And she's popping off right now, so why bring it up why bring up any of that negative shit? And invite people to go look up what that was and what it was all about.
To me, when you deceive people and do not dispel it, you're engaging in an ongoing wrong for as long as you don't. And even that statement was a deception. She presents what she was doing in 2016 as cautious and responsible, seeing if it was safe for kids. There is a problem though. The year after the social autopsy stuff is when she popped off in politics as Red Pill Black.
One
When
GT6
social
to
autopsy
fail
jumped
on his
back up
streams,
to bite her
Billy.
in the ass,
But it
she would
won't.
characterize it as a technology that they never got around to building.
We were building a technology, not a website. So what he was saying is this is a splash. This is a splash of what we were actually. We never built it. That's the whole point you're missing.
Clearly gives the impression that this thing was just.
But okay, obviously she's sweeping for it here by saying like that they never built the technology to because it's like to say, oh, I had an idea but it never went anywhere, and it was a bad idea but it never went anywhere, so you can't really go at me for it, and I disavow it now that I'm more of a conservative than I was back then. But in reality, I think that makes it look worse, because then it's like a Kamala tier concept of a plan. So, but you said it was just an idea. We didn't have the technology yet. But if you go back and look up the shit from back in the day, like Harmful Opinions is about to, you'll clearly see that it was being marketed as if it was more than just an idea. So that meant you were false. If we go with your narrative that you're trying to spin on the Rubin Report here, then you were falsely misleading people, acting as though you had the technology back then when you didn't. By your own narrative, if we go with the narrative that you didn't have the technology, it was just an idea.
Autopsy jumped back up to bite her in the ass, she would characterize it as a technology that they never got around to building.
We were building a technology, not a website. So what he was saying is this is a splash. This is a splash of what we were actually. We never built it. That's the whole point you're missing.
Clearly gives the impression that this thing was just an idea and wasn't functional. They didn't even have the tech. However, Social Autopsy was functional, and it was driven by manpower. According to their Kickstarter, they had already made 22,000 profiles for people, and that the funding was primarily to expand their team of web analysts so they could make profiles faster. They also did in fact have the tech. The tech is a form. Social Autopsy functioned by having people submit docs, including photos of the target, alongside anything nasty they've allegedly said online. That information would then be used by a human being to create or update a profile.
Have someone that you'd like to add to our morgue? Submit them. Our database is continually grown by anonymous submissions from individuals like you.
And that was not a mere mock-up for Kickstarter. That form was accessible, and because their web devs sucked ass, you could in fact check that they were collecting and storing what was submitted. Check out this picture of Hitler archived forever on their now defunct website. In 2017, Candace hilariously tried to argue that that system does not constitute collecting information.
It didn't collect the information. If people are writing in the information, it was storing it. It was an archive.
That soft
It didn't collect the information, it just archived and stored it. It didn't collect it.
hilariously tried to argue that that system does not constitute collecting information.
It didn't collect the information. If people are writing in the information, it was storing it. It was an archive.
That sophistry becomes even funnier when you realize the year prior, she had characterized
Semantics.
her own system as a database that collects info.
Concern should be why these words are being said on the internet at all, not why a secondhand database is collecting the data based off of what's, shared.
Finally, we can get back
she
to child
misspoke.
safety and the idea that it was being run on adults first to see if it was safe for kids. There was, of course, nothing to stop you from submitting info about a minor. This isn't necessarily an issue in and of itself. If it's just a form,
course he's a
anyone
bastard.
could just write in a minor's details. What matters is what happens afterwards, what the analysts do with that. People were concerned about this, so they asked, what if a minor's docs is submitted? What if someone plugs in a minor's picture, details, state, school, and alleged social media accounts? First, Candace justifies their inclusion in Social Autopsy.
What about minors? We are seeing a lot of people that are showing concern for minors, and I guess it's sort of a two-pronged approach, which is first, you guys should be visiting the terms of service on Facebook and on Twitter because they thoroughly explain what it means to be a minor and what you sign up and what you agree for when you check that box and agree to their terms of usage.
Isn't it like you have to be 13 to use Facebook, though?
You are not excluded from anything if you are posting in a public place saying awful things.
No, I don't think this is a good response.
Far from her 2018
Minors can be on
claim to Joe
Facebook.
Rogan, when she was trying to
they're
cover her
about
ass
13.
by saying they were merely testing if it was safe, she argued it was safe and they would be included.
That said, we stand by the fact that we think the best time to be on our database is when you are a minor because that's exactly what we're trying to do. We are trying to...
The best time to be on the database is never.
They know to use the internet more responsibly when they're older. There's no harm, no foul, really, if you're a minor, right? You have this profile for 365 days. You're not applying to college. You're not, going out for a job. It doesn't do anything to affect your livelihood in any way.
Stunningly idiotic and reckless.
It's so dented, right? So let's say you do get on the thing as a minor, but let's assume this was a successful service, right? Correct? Question mark? And that it would go on to have a longer lifespan than fucking a couple months. Imagine you get put on there as a minor, you grew up years later, and then you want to get a job. They look you up on this fucking website, and the shit you did is still on there, and your name is still attached to it, and maybe it might say that you were a minor at the time that you said or did the things that you said or did at the time that you did those things when you were a minor, but your name is still attached to it. It's not like it goes away when you become an adult. It probably stays there in their database. You think they're just gonna magically hand wave all the shit you did as a minor when you become of age? No, it's just gonna stay stored in the database. And your potential employers are gonna see that. It kind of works like that now, when they can Google your name and see if you have any social media. That's why you gotta be Hispanic and have the generic as fuck Mexican name. Be Jose Rodriguez. Name yourself Jose Rodriguez. Good luck finding shit on me, boss.
When Candace isn't being defended on the back of an allegiance flip, which I think is irrelevant to this problem, she's talked about...
That's the issue with using your real name with online accounts. And that's the thing, when you were growing up in computer class, that was the first thing you learned. The first thing you learn is to never share your real name and identity. And now it's all motherfuckers care to do on the internet.
In any way.
Stunningly idiotic and reckless. When Candace isn't being defended on the back of an allegiance flip, which I think is irrelevant to this problem, she's talked about as if she was this young girl, didn't know any better, needed that year of self-development. Back then, in 2016, I was 25 years old. The problems were numerous.
Yeah, they called it good etiquette
and had nothing
for
to
us
do
growing
with
up.
political persuasion. Candace Owens is older than me. Cut out this "she was naive" shit. You're looking
She
at
was a shock jock.
retardation. Would you like to see some more?
What if somebody creates a fake Facebook on profile and so the screenshots that are being submitted aren't real?
Okay, that's actually a good argument. I'm glad she made this fucking shitty ass nothing burger content Q&A video to answer this hypothetical. What do you think she's gonna say? The question is basically, what if someone photoshops some bullshit and your stupid ass fucking service accepts it as real? Because that's something that happens even now. You don't even really need services like this. This service already kind of exists in the social zeitgeist today with fucking Twitter and Facebook and how easily, flat out wrong and faked information gets disseminated. You can get maligned by bad actors who can fake screenshots of things that you, like, literally didn't even say. But yeah, so they send her the question and it's like, oh, well, what if someone fakes some shit and your stupid service accepts it? Well, I wonder how she responds.
Fake Facebook on profile, and so the screenshots that are being submitted aren't real. That is a fair question. I think that the most obvious way to answer that is just to say, if somebody creates a fake Facebook profile pretending to be you, you've got a bigger problem than social autopsy, right?
No action.
Non-answer. Absolute non-answer. If you have someone... I can't even believe what she just said. She's so stupid. You're right-wing commentator, sir. You're leading right-wing political figure, sir. If you have people stalking you on Facebook and making fake profiles and fake screenshots, nowadays it'd be Discord. If you have someone stalking you on Facebook, Discord, or Twitter, you have a bigger problem. You have a bigger problem than that information showing up on my service. Yeah, it's victim blaming.
I think that the most obvious way to answer that is just to say, if somebody creates a fake Facebook profile pretending to be you, you've got a bigger problem than social autopsy, right?
No, actually. The database presenting itself as an authority and partnering with anti-bullying foundations that's telling your employer it's real is much worse.
We're a secondhand problem, and
Simple
not one
as.
that's really that much of a threat.
What a wonderful tagline for your business. For me, witnessing social autopsy
Yeah,
was one.
look, that is actually a self-felt. So to kind of sweep for that potential scenario, she then says, "Oh, our service actually isn't that much of a threat." But you advertised it as being just that, as like this is the place you can go to learn about the things that people have said. But if in the case of it's like, oh, it's someone stalking me, this and that, and oh no, what if my employer sees that? Then it's like, oh, well, we won't do anything about it. First of all, it's your fault, and anyways, our service sucks, and it will probably won't. Nothing will even happen to you.
One of those. What a wonderful tagline for your business. For me, witnessing social autopsy was one of those one-and-done things. Boom. Candace Owens? Yeah, fucked in the head. You don't fix that in a year. But that is enough time, apparently, to learn how to sweep such a thing under the rug. Downplay just how bad it was. Merely a bout of slight naivete. My product was never launched because the Kickstarter was killed, so you can't use it to assess my character. It's not that deep. The seat didn't hit anyone. And convince everyone that in all of that, you were actually a victim. Your attempt at starting a business shut down by Zoe Quinn, the Gamergate girl, because you were going to own the libtards too hard with your website.
We had an idea.
Probably be a better place if everybody did have to use their real name.
I actually am not opposed to
No.
that.
No.
Why was she opposed to it?
No,
That's why I'm so
Rogan, it
confused.
wouldn't be. What did he just?
Is that people say she harassed herself.
I'm sorry, I don't watch a lot of Joe Rogan. I liked him when he was the Fear Factor man, and I would watch him every day at 6 p.m. on the Fox affiliate channel. Why did he just say that?
Own the libtards too hard with your website.
We
The
had an
world would
idea.
probably be a better place if everybody did have to use their
I
real
know.
name.
I actually am not opposed to that, but we
She's
weren't
not
building it. You know, that
opposed.
Why
the
was
point.
she opposed to it? That's why I'm so confused.
Well, you know, the bread and butter of the Gamergate scandal is that people say she harassed herself.
I can't believe the SJWs did this to a black businesswoman. There was barely anything wrong with social autopsy. Candace Owens won the info war, if you will, and very handily. There's more detail that can be gone into, but I don't think it's worth anyone's time. This is just why, to me, as a person really, she's a write-off. As a piece on the board, the question people are more concerned with is she a grifter? I mean, if she is, grifters have pros and cons, right? If they're good at what they do and you can capture them, have them working for you, that can be great. So long as when you build them up, you
She's really good at what
recognize
she's
the
doing right
risk
now.
that a powerful enough entity could come in, flip them, subverting all of what you're doing instantly. Especially if you end up being more loyal to them than they are to you. Handle with care. Make sure you're using them, they're not using you.
Joe isn't well informed on the topics he and his guests are involved in. Seems to be the case from the clips that I see. He just lets the people yap. Where it's like the longest level in the game. I guess if you're a podcaster who's big enough to get big guests like that, that would kind of be your main strategy. So have these people talk as long as possible about the things that make them tick. Alright. What else did I have? Oh no. We have a new upload. Fallout Season 2 is a hate letter to the fans! We saw his initial video on it this weekend. And by Quinkydink, the next one is already available.
Well, I said I'd come back if they ruined the Legion, and here I am. I truly cannot understand how you could possibly call yourself a Fallout fan anymore. I think they've ruined every single cool aspect of the franchise. It has been flanderized beyond belief. This is straight up parody tier. I know there's plenty of people who say that Fallout has been dead since the release of Fallout 4 10 years ago, and I'm inclined to agree, truly, but for me, this is the final nail in the coffin. They cannot possibly come back from this unless they say the show is non-canon. But Bethesda's never gonna do that, let's be honest. They want Fallout to be a
I kind of thought it was its
series.
own canon.
They want Fallout to be about the horrors of late-stage capitalism instead of the reality of human nature and how it leads us to eternal conflict. But to get back to the point, I don't see how you could possibly still like Fallout at this point. I mean, what is even cool about the series? They ruined every single major faction. The NCR is dead. The Brotherhood of Steel are apparently comprised of a bunch of man-children who are LARPing as knights. The whole preserving pre-war technology angle, yeah, that's completely gone. It's turned into a joke. And they've also taken the Enclave's place as the totalitarian fascist faction, despite claiming they want to protect the wasteland or whatever. The only thing this show is missing is to have someone say, make the wasteland great again. That's how transparent this fucking allegory is.
It hasn't happened yet.
They just dominate the entire United States and have multiple battle zeppelins and can casually just fly across the entire country. The leftist Hollywood Goldstein writers have written yet another incredibly powerful and evil yet hilariously incompetent faction. So stupid that it makes you wonder how the hell they became such a powerful force in the first place, but of course you're never supposed to question that. And
it was
of
all
course,
luck.
finally the Legion. We all knew they were gonna fuck them up. I'm not the least bit surprised by this, but this is just embarrassing. I know that the Fallout show is just a series of member berries, like I said in my last video, to appeal to the new fans, aka people who never even played the games that are being referenced, but
Like
they probably
me.
watched a fucking Oxhorn video or something and think they're an expert.
Worse, I watched a
And I don't wanna
DSP
completely
video.
spoil what happens in episode 3, but it is so fundamentally stupid that it's absolutely
Fuck this dude, he's just a
infuriating. It
doomer
makes
grifter.
Fallout
Honestly?
New Vegas seem like a joke game.
Yes.
How the hell was this faction ever a threat to anyone when they act like a bunch of live-action role players playing King of the Hill? They have a civil...
We haven't had a real Fallout game in over 10 years, and even if you count 76, it's been 8 years. But that doesn't seem to think the whole point of Fallout is parody and comedy, but there's actual atmosphere to it beyond MCU jokes. Oh, no. Yeah, he had said in the last video, the creator of Fallout had came out and actually explained what the series was about, but many people disagreed with them. And he doesn't even control the franchise anymore anyway. But he had said it wasn't actually a critique of capitalism, but that seems to be what the series has become nowadays. Oh, stop. Right there.
war, and the two camps are right next to each other. And there's only like 30 of them left, which I know you could say, okay, the Legion fell apart after New Vegas because Caesar died. Sure, whatever. But this is so ridiculous. I don't think I even need to point out what's dumb about it. You can just see what's happening on the screen. But I know I'm getting ahead of myself. I'm spoiling the juicy bits that we're going to get to in the breakdown. But yeah, I'll just say again, I do think Fallout is dead and will never come back. There is no fucking way that it will ever be respected respectable franchise after this. Now to get into the breakdown. I'll cover both episodes 2 and 3 because there are some significant plot advancements in episode 2 that you'll need to know for episode 3, and we also get to see how Shady Sands got nuked, which is, well, it's about as bad as you'd expect, and that's actually how the episode begins. As you'll probably remember from season 1, the writers of the show retconned it so Shady Sands is now located where the Boneyard is supposed to be, the ruins of LA. Why? Because fuck you, that's why. Normies don't care. Why would they care about the lore other than what their favorite YouTuber
Hey, my
told them
nerd
to
friend
care
said
about?
it didn't
Anyway,
matter.
I want to nitpick something already that I'm sure most people wouldn't care about, but notice how the culture of the NCR looks to be so similar to the pre-war, which I guess shouldn't surprise me given Bethesda always hit really
Fallout
hard
3
in
remake
the
drops
retro
when the
future
season's done?
50s aesthetic.
Like an
But
Oblivion
then
Shadow drop?
immediately after this, we see who I assume to be Maximus's dad getting groundwater and being impressed that there's no radiation in the ground. Do I have to remind the writers this is well over 200 years after the war? The
They
new
hate that game
California
because they didn't make
Republic
it.
is supposed to be an entire nation of people. It's not just one town. They have control of all of California, which is its own set of plot holes because just nuking Shady Sands alone destroyed the NCR, as it's implied about 1,000,000 times in the show. But I'll keep the nitpicks to a minimum for now, because there's a much bigger problem. Apparently, Lucy's dad put one of those mind control chips on the back of the neck of a random caravan merchant, and of course, there's a cheeky little reference to New Vegas, guys. Remember?
Patrolling
Oh,
the
I remember.
area almost makes you wish for a nuclear winter.
And then this motherfucker, after marching presumably miles across the desert, just
Bingo.
strolls into the middle of Shady Sands with a fucking nuke in his cart. No NCR troops stopped him to see what was in the cart. No raiders attacked him on the way here. Nope. He just strolled in the middle of town with a nuke. Can you fucking imagine if someone just casually drove into Washington, D.C. with a nuke in their trunk? That is what just happened here. This is how I know the fans of this are idiots or bots. I'm not even convinced they're real people. Dead internet theory is real. Very, very real. There is no way a human being with critical thinking skills watched this and thought this was cool or entertaining or fun or interesting in any way. No, this is plain stupidity, which I guess is fine because Fallout is Borderlands now. It's just a dumb cartoon, man. It's satire.
You're gonna outsource it to a studio like New Vegas
itself. It never fucking began. Oh, and of course it gets even worse. Of course, Max.
It's honestly true because that's what happened with Oblivion Remastered.
The white people all ran in fear, pathetic and weak, but the heroic black man will show us how it's done. But even though he successfully diffuses the nuke, it had a failsafe, so it's gonna blow up anyway. He shoves his son into a fridge. Yes, they're unironically doing the refrigerator thing. Many of you will remember that in Fallout New Vegas, there's a Wild Wasteland event where you find Indiana Jones' skeleton in the fridge making fun of the 4th movie. And the showrunners just did it unironically. Well, you know, I guess you do survive in a fridge in the Fallout universe, but even then, it was a ghoul in that fridge. And Maximus just turned out fine in the middle of a nuclear explosion. You gotta be fucking kidding. Now, I'm going to break down the rest of this episode into the 2 subplots just so that I don't have to go scene by scene. Not that much actually happens anyway. For Maximus' side of the plot, the first scene involves him gunning down a bunch of feral ghouls with other Brotherhood buddies of his, and this scene's actually okay. This is probably the only time this show has felt like Fallout this season, you know, exploring old abandoned buildings, gunning down abominations. The Fallout 4 assault rifle still looks stupid as hell, but again, at least it's a somewhat entertaining scene for how short it is. The only problem I have is that the show has already established that ghouls are really hard to kill, but I guess that was a lie, and it's only the ghoul who has plot armor, because the ferals go down in like 3 shots. Maximus retrieves whatever technology they came for, and he speaks with Elder Cleric Quintus, which the only reason I even knew the guy's name is because I paused the video and Amazon tells tells you the name of the characters and scenes. How convenient. Because there's no way you'd know otherwise. There's no way a single motherfucker watching this show knew the name of this elder. Anyway, the point is, it turns out that the device is a key to unlock Area 51. And it's like, oh shit, that's actually kind of interesting. Maybe they'll do something interesting with it. I don't even know why I'm building this up. Obviously not. It just turns into yet another joke. A major plot point of this season is that the Brotherhood of Steel is having a civil war all the way across the country for some reason. I'll get into this a bit later, but you won't be surprised to hear that this conflict doesn't really make sense. We see a couple Brotherhood members discover an ice box that has an alien inside it. And honestly, I don't need to say anything. Just watch the scene.
A real fucking icebox.
Yeah, wasn't that funny? Yeah, that was awesome. We also see two Brotherhood Knights playing around with a plasma grenade. Isn't that funny? Oh, and they blow up a classic car with a minigun outside. This serves no purpose in the episode except to make the Brotherhood look like idiots. Why the hell would Bethesda approve of letting the Brotherhood of Steel look so incompetent? They're the face of the franchise. Bethesda are the ones who made them the face of the franchise at that. I know you could be pedantic and say it's really about the power armor, not specifically the faction that wears it, but every single one of their games has featured Brotherhood power armor on the cover. They are the face of the franchise, and yet the TV show makes them as incompetent and even evil as possible. What team am I even supposed to root for at this point? I guess you could say Maximus is one of the good ones. Ha, this is reminding me a lot of Outer Worlds 2, where every single faction is either incompetent or evil, so I guess I'm just rooting for myself. But to stop myself before going on another tangent, a little bit later we see a meeting between all the major Brotherhood chapters except the Commonwealth, which isn't there, because Quintus has gathered them all to unite in a civil war against the Commonwealth because they don't want to share the relic, which is the cold fusion device that they secured at the end of the first season. Now, I have several problems with this scene. First of all, there's a woman in charge of one of the chapters, a fucking fat Pacific Islander bitch who thinks she's a badass. One of the other leaders is actually based as fuck.
Where we come from, women don't get to talk.
That was probably the only time I've laughed watching the show, by the way. My second problem is, if the Brotherhood of Steel chapters can just casually unite in their giant battle zeppelins, why the hell have they not taken over the wasteland and established society? Why is there no New California Republic equivalent for the Brotherhood of Steel? There's no reason for them to live in bunkers underground if they have massive armies. And they don't even care about preserving technology anymore. As they repeat several times in the show, their goal is to protect and restore the wasteland, make it great again. Yeah, again, pretty obvious what they're going for here. But I guess Orange Man bad, he's an incompetent fascist dictator or something. So the Brotherhood has to be incredibly powerful, but also not a threat to anyone or accomplish anything ever. They'll destroy themselves from within, just like the right. Oh, wait a minute. The saying is the left eats itself. It's a purity spiral. This is just more projection from Mr. Goldberg. Well, let me remind you that the people that you're writing for want to destroy Tel Aviv, which canonically Tel Aviv got nuked in the Fallout universe. Is it any wonder why these Hollywood writers want to destroy the franchise so thoroughly? You can consider that another conspiracy theory, I guess. So, as you would expect, the elders agree to team up against the Commonwealth, and if you didn't think that the Brotherhood of Steel was ruined enough, they start beating the shit out of each other in like a Fight Club style situation, and just out of nowhere, this jacked huge white guy challenges Maximus. Now, of course, you know there's going to be idiots who are just going to say, oh, it's a coincidence that the white guy wanted to kill the black guy. No, this is yet another anti-white racism message. Just peak bizarro world bullshit. Don't look at any crime statistics. Oh, and of course, the white guy, despite being bigger and stronger and more skilled and better in every perceivable way, has to pull a knife, and Maximus still manages to defeat him and kill him. I'm sure normies like Moist Critical are just fucking clapping their hands hands like a brain-dead seal watching this shit. Truly pathetic, and the Brotherhood of Steel plotline ends with the representative from the Commonwealth showing up, and it's Kumail Nanjiani. Yes, an Indian man is representing the Commonwealth Brotherhood chapter.
What?
I guess Arthur Maxson was just way too fucking based for this gay-ass show. As for Lucy,
Do not
and
redeem
Ghoul's
the
quest
Fallout
line, not nearly as
adaptation.
much happened here. Lucy is trying to lecture the Ghoul on the golden rule. Treat others as you'd like to be treated. As another iconic New Vegas song plays in the background, this one fits a lot better than Big Iron did for the last episode, so I did kind of like that reference at least. And for some reason, she tells the Ghoul all about Christmas Carol, as if he wouldn't already know the fucking story. Are you kidding me? Anyway, whatever. So they hear a cry for help from a nearby abandoned building. Lucy has to check it out because she's learned nothing from the first season. She's a Mary Sue, had no character development whatsoever. She would not last 5 fucking minutes out in this wasteland, but whatever. They find a Legion slave and some other guy who isn't wearing Legion gear. Maybe he's another slave. Do they keep male slaves now? Was this a gay joke? I don't know. In any case, the Ghoul slits the guy's throat and eats some of his flesh, as you do.
No.
But the flesh has been poisoned by rad scorpion venom. And so rad scorpions come out of the vents in the ceiling? These are fucking scorpions. Do scorpions hide in the ceiling now in the apocalypse? Sure, whatever. And then a
They
giant
fly
rad
now?
scorpion bursts out from another room.
They fly
we get kind of
now.
a stupid scene where a grizzled badass who survived
And
over
comes down from the
200
ceiling.
years almost gets killed by a generic giant rad scorpion. I mean, seriously? At the very least, the Ghoul does do something incredibly based by using the slave woman as a human shield, though he still ends up getting stung anyway in the leg by the rad scorpion stinger. But Lucy, being an idiot, uses their last stim pack to save her, and she leaves the Ghoul to die because she just assumes he'll be fine. And they split up from here. What? Listen, I know he was a massive asshole, arguably evil in the first season, but it's clear that he's her best chance for survival, but she'd rather travel around with a fucking slave who, of course, indirectly betrays her by leading her directly to the Legion camp. And of course, she gets captured, and that's where the episode ends. But before I move on to episode 3, I will briefly cover what happens in the vault. It's not really that important. As we saw in the last episode, Lucy's brother has unfrozen all of the future Vault Tech employees, and he pretends to be their manager and tells them to all escape to the surface. Conveniently, there is a comically massive vent that leads to the surface from the vault. You know, there's no way any radiation would end up getting through there and killing everyone inside. No, no, no. Lucy's brother and all the Vault Tech employees escape, and they're on the surface, and I guess they're gonna colonize the wasteland or somehow find their way to Lucy's dad. I don't know. Who cares? I think it goes without saying, but this episode sucked ass. There is no way that the Brotherhood of Steel can come back from this. They are a clown faction now. Again, why would you even care about Fallout after this? They ruined everything cool about the setting. It is just Borderlands, and Borderlands is lame as fuck and always has been. Okay,
not according to
episode
Randy.
3, the point of
It's
no
fucking
return
badass.
for this series. The episode begins with an incredibly ridiculous scene that serves absolutely no purpose except a fake moral quandary near the end of the episode. We see the former Brotherhood of Steel initiate from the first season who has become ghoulified. I remember this being foreshadowed in the first season, but I'll be honest, I can't even remember why he's becoming a ghoul. Either way, what's ridiculous about this scene is he has somehow enslaved a bunch of children. Yeah, he just casually has child labor in this Sunset Sarsaparilla bottling plant. I have so many questions, and none of them will be answered because, again, Fallout is a joke now. This is supposed to be funny that he has child slaves. Where the hell are their parents? Where did these kids come from? Now, something at first glance you might think is clever is that he doesn't actually care about the Sunset Sarsaparilla. He's just collecting caps. He's basically printing money, which obviously is going to lead to inflation, but given that that the only major civilization in the region has been wiped out of existence, I guess that's the least of his concerns. But my question is, where the hell are the materials coming from to manufacture?
Yeah, sure,
these
everything got
bottles in the
nuked,
first
but what about
place?
the inflation?
Why even bother making Sunset Sarsaparilla to begin with? Can't you just have the part of the assembly line that makes the bottle caps function and just forget about the rest? I guess you could say it's clever that he is feeding the children Sunset Sarsaparilla instead of giving them water, right? So it's sustaining itself. This is just so goofy. I don't think it's really worth going into the logistics of it, but it's just kind of a baffling situation that we're forced to accept. And we're also supposed to believe this was just an abandoned building.
He kind of has a point. He doesn't really have to actually make the sarsaparilla.
There are no raiders here or anything.
He just needs the bottle caps, right?
Know how to fix it from his time in the Brotherhood of Steel, I guess. Oh, and he somehow also hacked a Securitron to help him defend the place. On top of that, as you'll see later in the episode, I guess you could consider it dark humor that a couple of the children are ghouls too. But this is just treated like a joke, and we see a black girl who I'm sure was picked at complete random, who says she was bullied by a white girl. Said girl called her a mean name. Now, of course, being the chud that I am, I thought she meant no. But no, sadly, she just
Don't
called
worry.
her a
Thank
ghoul,
you, Dolphin.
because ghouls are ugly, which actually, you know what? That's not a bad insult for the post-apocalypse. I'll accept that one.
Disavow.
But for absolutely no reason at all, we once again have a racist white character in the Fallout TV show. Do you think idiots are noticing yet? Probably not. The scene ends with yet another unfunny joke.
What do we always say? Most kids are dead by this age.
Now for the next scene, it's time for
Thank
the
you for the
moment
Xander.
we've all been waiting for. The Fallout TV show's take on the Legion. Oh boy, are you ready for another humiliation ritual? I know I am.
Time.
So Lucy is led through their camp with the slave woman who I'm sure someone's going to claim didn't betray her intentionally. Something you're going to notice is all of the Legion members are white except for their leaders. And yes, leaders plural. I'll get into that in a second. Though I'm sure there'll be some disingenuous Redder who pretends this giant schnozzy and swarthy motherfucker is Caucasian, but no. The second thing is we see a man who appears to be Legate Linnaeus, or at least is wearing his helmet, and it turns out to be Macaulay Culkin. Yes, Macaulay Culkin slits the slave girl's neck, and it's so obvious this is meant to be funny. Oh my god, the Home Alone kid just killed that bitch and is an evil alt-right incel chud? Yeah, that's so fucking
Makes
funny.
sense given his
laughing
upbringing.
so hard right now. And yes, I'm aware he's not actually Linnaeus. Amazon even tells you the character's name, though I don't think they do in the show at any point. And the third and probably the worst thing happens when Lucy is brought before this Caesar, and she just immediately starts Reddit woman-splaining to these people their Roman culture, and she's wrong, by the way.
Hi, sir.
How dare you address the great Kaiser?
Kaiser? Do you mean Caesar? I believe Kaisers are German, and you guys have more of a Roman theme, so I think it's Caesar.
Is the character you're saying sucks, Golem? Because yeah, I don't like her.
Prima noctis.
Prima noctis?
Like, why even do that? Like, why even say like it just doesn't make sense.
Okay.
You know where you are, right, lady? Like,
Shame
this is
on you. That is awful.
it's the least of your concerns.
And secondly, prima noctis isn't even a Roman tradition. It's from the Middle Ages. They were just nasty people borrowing a Latin phrase. And as much as I want to respect your traditions, there is a line to all that, which I think we have found. And you should know that I'm not even a virgin. And that's not including all of the cousin stuff I did, which is at least a page or two on my resume. So, looks like we're out of options.
So first of all, the original
And she
Latin
commits
pronunciation
incest?
is Caesar, not Caesar or Kaiser. You Dunning-Kruger
Caesar.
retarded-ass script writers. You are so fucking smug when you don't even know what you're talking about. And second, just
Chalky.
because prima noctis isn't Roman doesn't mean they're not going to try to take your virginity. What sense does that even make? And third of all, easily the most important, this is so utterly immersion breaking and just destroys the tension completely. This is the worst millennial
Actually
writing
ruined my
I have
concentration
seen
in the
in
level.
any TV show, probably. These people just slit a woman's throat for not being with her handler, yet they just
Imagine
let
if
a
she
woman
was in Metroid
shit
Prime
talk
4.
to them about their own culture, and they don't immediately decapitate her. No, this is treated like a fucking joke. And oh, they tie her to a cross though, dude, so as she slowly starves to death or something. No, they would not tolerate this.
No.
And dude, I gotta
Had to
play
jump to the other
another
one.
clip from this conversation between Lucy and Macaulay Culkin. It's so fucking bad, man. I don't have to say anything.
Wait, excuse me. This isn't Rome, okay? This is America.
Is it?
Yeah, it is. At least according to all the maps.
Maps drawn by the dead. All that remains of America is the overwhelming evidence of its failure. Now, if you excuse me, we have a war to win.
Kid never lost a baby face, huh?
I've seen upwards of 15 different movies. If you think everyone else is the bad guy, chances are you're the bad guy.
This is just cartoon shit. It's so fucking over. But if you thought that was bad,
Alien raid! No! No, this is a secret club. You're not supposed to be here. Welcome in, everybody. Hello. Massive raid in the middle of the galaxy segment. Oh my lord. Hold up. I'm gonna get everyone's names. I'm in the middle of a level. Where are we? What do we got? Thank you for the raid with a party of 76. Wow! Big ups Tokotan. Loves Fatal Curse. Big ups Alien, of course. Isla Vega. And everybody else coming in. Let's get a shout out. We're in the middle of talking Fallout. I'm in the middle of doing Mario Galaxy as Luigi. In order to 100% Mario Galaxy, you're required to get all the stars, not just as Mario, but as Luigi. So I already did it as Mario, so I'm just kind of chilling out, vegging out, and doing it as Luigi. But yeah, thank you for the Bigly raid. Obviously, I know you were playing Walking Dead, because I was there, until I wasn't. Now, is this thing going to work? It did work.
We could do earned combat points up. Why not?
Oh shit, it's cheese fondue! No! No, I wasn't looking at the thing!
Oh, it's Tales of Rise.
I accidentally ate
I haven't
cheese
played
in
this,
game.
but I've seen a friend play it.
Damn it! I was looking at stats! Ah, fuck my life. Well, I guess we're fucked. This is the end of stream. Bye. Bye.
It's just rage quit? Arise is so good? I haven't played a single Tales game. It's one of those franchises where I'm like, yeah, eventually I'll play a game in that series. I got the same reaction with like Dragon Quest, Final Fantasy, and Persona. There are just too many RPGs, dude. Yes, thank you for stopping on by, as you are wont to do. But if you need to raid and run, and get something to eat, get something to drink, and exercise, and walk around, and do the things that keep you going, I totally understand. Don't let me keep you. My 120 star run continues. I'm hoping I can exist for, I don't know, at least another hour or two. But hey, look, I made it! Just need to finish the ending? You never finished it? Hey, Jansumi. Hope I said that correctly. Need to take a break, but I'll be lurking. Thank you again for stopping on by and sharing your neck of the woods with mine. I know you've been having some Comcast issues recently. We can only hope those issues get rectified. I know every ISP is different depending on what side of the world you're on. But AT&T would never. Dude, Bowser's got like a variation of your own spin. But your spin requires a Luma in order to do it. So how is Bowser able to spin without a Luma? Oh my god. Powered by the hatred of Mario? I don't know if you haven't been noticing, but I'm not Mario. What has he got against Luigi? What did Luigi do to Bowser? Luigi and Peach don't have a thing, so it's not like they don't have... It's not like a romantic rivalry situation. I fucked up the jump. Whoa, he's got so much range with the spin. Dude, he spams it as much as I do. Okay. What? Alright, there we go. No, but then he does that thing where he no longer runs in a straight line. Oh, they try to change it up on you at the last second there. Alright, and then Bowser loses for like a second time. It won't be the last time. So every Mario game makes you fight Bowser before the final battle. So I think it's kind of a mistake. They shouldn't do that. Hey, Jan. Welcome in, welcome in. Long time no see. You caught me in the middle of the fabled, long-awaited, muchly demanded 120-star Luigi run. Hey, Kamui. You guys asked for this. And even if they didn't, you're stuck with it anyway. Alright, what does this put us at? Oh, we can go to the engine room now. With all the levels that I don't like. We started at 50, so about 2 hours and 47 minutes, we made it to 67. Aw, fuck. I didn't even realize that until I had finished saying it. No one say anything. Don't even acknowledge that I just said it. How was I to know that that would be that number star? Wow, look. I can now do the final boss because I have every star that I've ever star. I did every star that I could have acquired up until that particular boss fight. And now it drops to 0. Isn't that interesting, chat? See, I didn't know that. I didn't realize that. You know, last time we streamed it, it wasn't yet a meme. But isn't that interesting? Isn't that interesting? If you collect every star in the game that you're able to collect everything, if you just pull it all together and you get to the engine room, the earliest you can fight Bowser is if you have this many stars. This is the earliest you can fight the final boss. That's an interesting number, isn't it? Alright, what are we looking at? I still have some of the bedroom to get, but the engine room is open now. Okay, yeah, he's still not letting me in. Look how they just got one of these robots hanging out here. They got her there so she can tell you to do your best. This level can go to hell. We don't like this one. I don't know what they were thinking with that one. It's way too long. Alright, Fallout video. Where are we at? Oh, okay, we don't have that much longer left.
So apparently the Legion is having their own civil war because the writers only had one idea for a plot line or something. I guess you could be disingenuous and say the theme of this season is infighting or something because they didn't have enough woman leaders, clearly. But what makes this much worse than the Brotherhood of Steel one is that the two factions of the Legion are tied to each other. The camps are connected and they're fighting over the corpse of Caesar.
Oh yeah, you got the little mini boss here.
Who's in between the camps. And of course, he conveniently has a note on his body who the next Caesar is supposed to be, but neither Splinter faction will let the other look at the notes, of course. Dude, this is so unbelievably awful. There's no way a real Fallout fan, a single real one who cares about the series, watch this and is okay with it. There's no way. I'm so tired of these grifter YouTuber pieces of shit who only care about ad revenue and their own relevance in the algorithm. They're scared of their own goddamn fans.
Synthetic Man would never do something like that.
You cannot tell me any of the Fallout lore YouTubers are okay with this. They're not. If they told you they are, they're fucking lying. I don't have to review the rest of the episode. After you watch this, you're just like,
he's lazy.
Okay,
he's copping out.
Matters.
He's not committing to the full review.
It's a glorified theme park to give you a series of member berries, you know, to just drip that little like dopamine into your brain. Oh, I remember that. I guess I'll keep watching. As they're opening.
But ironically, he has the most member berries for like old video games like Spyro and Ratchet and Clank.
I'm probably just gonna speed through the rest of my explanation of this because trust me, you saw everything that was worth seeing.
What was his point?
To finish up the whole Legion subplot.
I don't know, I was paused for too long.
Monologues to dog meat about nothing that matters while cutting out the poison part of his flesh. He then decides to rescue Lucy anyway for no conceivable reason, really. He tries to get backup from the NCR, and this is yet another insult to New Vegas fans, as what's left of their forces in the Mojave is two fucking boomers who have just been chilling there for 20 years. You know, have the writers ever heard of this thing called a radio? You do realize that these camps have contact with each other, and there's like supply lines to Shady Sands.
Right, Drake on Cyberpunk?
That two people would just chill in a camp and not talk to anyone from the NCR at all. They don't realize Shady Sands got nuked.
Switch to
that
version
the
on top of
nation
that.
collapsed or any of that. No, it's just more funny, haha, stupid shit. Also, one of the two people's a black woman, by the way. I'm sure that's coincidence. There's also a cameo
Not that there's anything
from
wrong with that.
Victor in this episode. This is just straight up a member berry. It serves no purpose at all. Victor wouldn't even still exist. He served
You were on
his
Cyberpunk
purpose.
earlier, but were
He
you on
led
the Switch
courier
too?
to Mr. House. That was the entire point of that persona. There's no reason the Securitron bot would even still have the Victor personality. But whatever. I'm reading into this too much as usual. We both know that
Okay, you
nobody
were
involved
good.
in the show gave a single fuck. So the ghoul shows up to the Legion camp. He offers them information in
Because you should
exchange
play all
for
games on your
Lucy.
Switch too,
Oh,
if
yeah,
possible.
and the ghoul just talks shit to the Legion as well, to their faces. No consequences. Rightfully, Macaulay Culkin just says, why don't we just tie you to a cross and effectively torture you till we get the information out of you? And the ghoul just says, yeah, you could do that, or I could tell you the location of the last holdouts of the NCR. Wait a minute, how does that change anything? Why don't they just tie him to a cross anyway? There is no reason for them to give him Lucy. Oh, but of course they just hand over Lucy anyway. And this is where the few flashback scenes tie into the present timeline, as the entire purpose of those scenes, other than building up the failed assassination of Mr. House, is explaining how the ghoul got his lighter. Oh boy, well, how exciting. Now you could say the purpose of these scenes is to show how far Cooper has fallen since the apocalypse. He used to be a war veteran and he prioritized others over himself, and so he has to make a grand moral choice to pick a side, just like he did back in the war. And so he uses the lighter he was gifted by his war buddy to inconspicuously light a pile of explosives in the Legion camp, and just nobody notices.
Yeah,
this
right, Drake's on Switch
because
too,
the Legion is
Cyberpunk.
too busy preparing to
Oh, I'm
extinguish
gonna die.
the two people left of the NCR forces. And so as
Never
Lucy
mind.
and the ghoul exit the camp, the dynamite explodes, and I guess the Legion must have assumed the other Splinter faction detonated the explosives, so they go to war with each other, and that's the end of the Legion. I mean, I guess you could say maybe there's other forces somewhere, but I'm assuming this is meant to represent the last few remnants being wiped out. So yet another faction from New Vegas is dead. I hate this fucking show. I truly, truly hate it. What an embarrassment. It is somehow worse than I could have possibly imagined. I actually would have preferred if they had just turned the Legion into making fun of alt-right chuds or something, because at least then I could have ironically rooted for them. But no, it has to be more clown shit, of course. Lucy has more plot armor than any character ever should in the world of Fallout, to the point where there's absolutely no reason to care about what's happening on screen. I mean, why would you? Why even watch this? Unless you're a masochist like me, apparently, or at least making
He's gonna watch it again this
YouTube
week.
content. Then back
I don't
to
think he's doing the
Maximus,
whole
they need
season.
to humiliate the Brotherhood of Steel even more. So basically, Elder Quentin doesn't listen to Maximus wanting to kill the Commonwealth people, and so Maximus decides to hang out with the Pajit
You know he will, he's a
Paladin,
grifter.
his literal
Well,
enemy,
let's see,
to go
let's
have
see.
some fun in power armor, and they
Let's
find
be
a
charitable,
random-ass
come on.
Securitron in the middle of nowhere where there's a really goofy action scene that's dumb as hell, and it turns out the area that they're attacking is the child slave labor factory from the beginning. And of course, since the Brotherhood of Steel hates ghouls, Rajesh wants to just gun down these children. I guess this is meant to represent the incredibly complex moral choices you can make in Bethesda games. Of
The
course,
ones that never
Maximus
matter?
decides to defend his former friend and just straight up crushes the Indian skull with the fucking super sledge, even through the power armor in just one hit. And that's pretty much it for episode 3, guys. Holy hell. It's time to just let it go, guys. I know many of you did so 10 years ago, but for those of us last few holdouts who still call ourselves fans of Fallout, no, it's never coming back from this. I'm serious. This is so horrible, so embarrassing. Anyone who likes this show is a certified glorified retard, perfect for the upcoming idiocracy. Am I supposed to feel bad that people are poor and being oppressed by the elites, by the government, all this, when they praise this show? You have
no, unless it's you.
The elites, whoever they may be, correct that you are cattle. You are not truly human. You don't have a soul. They do deserve to have 10,000 of you as slaves because you ate up this dog shit. You ruined a franchise that people loved because you just couldn't stop consuming the goy slop. I will say this, it does seem like a lot fewer people care about Fallout Season 2 than Season 1, but it was truly pathetic how many people or bots, who the hell knows, defended the first season. So as far as I'm concerned, it doesn't matter if this season has fewer viewers. I'm sure the corpse of Fallout will be milked forever because it's a huge brand name, but it will never be good again. Like I said last time, I'm not going to review this episode by episode. I will only make one more review covering the rest of the season.
One more.
Because
one more video.
Torture having to watch episode 2 and 3 twice. I'm going to continue working on best and worst games of 2025. I guess on the bright side of things, I've actually been having fun playing Expedition 33. That's about it. See you next time, guys.
All right, there you go. That's the update. So one more video. He will, in fact, continue watching the season. I swept when I should have not. I was like, well, it's possible. He ends the video by saying, "That's it. It's awful. I'm not gonna force myself to watch more dog shit shows. And no, I'm not. I'm gonna go back to playing games that I like and enjoy." I was too naive. Ben and Phil are gonna release their list by March, Lamel. Sees the views and the number of comments. Well, he's trying to be provocative, right? He's trying to get the Redditors to respond. It's like how in the Metroid review, he mentioned God of War Ragnarok. That's when he really blew up, criticizing Ragnarok and Last of Us Part 2. Particularly Last of Us Part 2, because beforehand, he was doing like smaller reviews. Wait, didn't Resident Evil 3 Remake come out before or after Last of Us Part 2? I can't remember. I want to say it came out before, or maybe even the same year. I think he did the Resi 3 Remake stuff. The Resi 3 Remake stuff first, and that didn't really blow up. But people started paying attention once he started shitting on Last of Us Part 2, because that's an easy thing to do. What was after Last of Us Part 2? I don't know anything then. I don't care enough about The Last of Us. That's a good thing. That's what we were waiting to hear. All right, I get a few more. We're really whittling down the list here of stuff to watch. This is the Donkey Kong December Iceberg from the DK
Everything
Man.
changed on December 1st, 2021. I remember it like it was yesterday. Video game Donkey.
What do you mean, thank God?
This one. And instantly a trend was born. It's like Vlogmas, but better because it's about Donkey Kong instead of what you made for breakfast. Every December since, people have been making DK videos. But what if I told you Donkey Kong December goes even deeper? Much like the fractone-looking background elements in Donkey Kong
expand
Country
on
3.
December.
Perhaps Donkey Kong December has been here all along, just under the surface. This is
It was in our hearts the whole time.
We'll explore every instance of Kong-themed holiday cheer that I could find. Our story begins in 1995. Rare has wrapped on a bunch of games including Killer Instinct, Donkey Kong Land, and one of their magnum opus contenders in Donkey Kong Country 2. It hit Japan on November 21st, but it released in the West in December. One could say it was the first Donkey Kong December. In any case, Rare had a holiday card that
Came out in
year.
Japan
You can
first.
see some familiar faces. Diddy Kong is looking festive here, sporting a Santa cap. Dixie is next to him with Radley, hanging out with the Killer Instinct characters.
I actually didn't know that Country 2 came out in Japan first. It's kind of interesting, given that it was developed by Europeans. Developed by freaking Brits.
Look at the way he's peeking out of Santa's sack of presents. We have a clamp on, and just like the Christmas truce of 1914, there'll be no fighting during Donkey Kong December. I haven't played Killer Instinct, so I'm gonna guess this woman's name is Judy, and this is Raging Carl. Rare followed with another sequel in Donkey Kong Country 3 the year after. This one released in Europe during their Donkey Kong December, with the North American and
Get back
Japanese
to the real reason we
versions
show up
hitting a few
here. What
weeks
did he mean
earlier.
by that?
And just like the year before, we have a Christmas card. This one is solely focused on the Kongs, despite Rare putting
can
out
say
some
it
other
was
bangers
Rare.
this
true.
here, like Killer Instinct 2, Donkey Kong Land 2, and Ken Griffey Jr.'s.
Aw, remember when I played Donkey Kong Land 2?
Maybe you'll make it onto another Christmas card. This one was well preserved online, giving us a much more detailed look at the Kongs trying to decorate a Christmas tree. Just like 2/3 of his games, Donkey Kong is nowhere to be found in his own series. I think it is neat though. This is one of those pictures that you feel like you can hear, as it looks like they repurposed work done from the snow world of DKC3 to be the backdrop here. Now that's neat, but what if I told you DKC3 has even more Donkey Kong December energy? Well, the file
The Christmas code
holds a few secrets.
I showed that off when I played Country 3.
The right code. Me and all my homies back in the day would write AAA or poop, but depending on what word you put in the file, you'd be rewarded. You can do a bunch of neat stuff like grant yourself extra lives or change the color palette of the Kongs. But if you enter Mary as the code, you'll bring a little Christmas cheer into the northern Cremisphere. At first, it's business as usual, but jump into one of those bonus barrels, and you'll see the effect of the code. Instead of the bombastic bonus time music, we're greeted with a Christmas jingle. Any bananas you would normally collect are replaced with ornaments or presents. This track evokes the childlike wonder of the Christmas season, and I'm not saying that because I'm nostalgic about it. I did not know this existed until I started making this video. Seriously, what a cool new thing to discover about a game
I knew it
existed
existed.
for decades.
And he calls himself the DK Man?
Make up on the playground, like my school buddy who said he had Super Saiyan 3 Goku and Batman on his copy of Melee, and he'd bring it into class and show me one day. 1 year after DKC3, we have Diddy Kong Racing hit store shelves around that same late November window that had served them well in the past.
When's that game coming to
Christmas
NSO?
card for this year is pretty simple and straightforward, with Diddy and Taj the Elephant Genie sharing the spotlight. It's a simple but nice render with the two characters ice skating in Snowflake Mountain. Diddy forgot his Santa hat last year, but it's back for this render. This is where the Kong streak dead ends for the rare Christmas cards. Apparently there was some game about a bear trying to protect his figgy pudding from a skeleton that took Rare's attention off the apes. It seemed Nintendo would have to pick up the slack. Someone on Reddit found the 1998 Nintendo of America card, with our beloved baboons pictured above the mantle.
Dude, Banjo right next to Mario?
Time capsule. We got the usual suspects like Pokemon, but Banjo's hanging out with Mario, which would be pretty short-lived in retrospect. We got young Link exchanging gifts with vintage Black Mamba before he switched his jersey to number 24. Ken Griffey Jr. is here, which feels like a full circle moment considering Rare brought his game to the Super Nintendo. You will never see all of these real people and characters in the same picture again. You just had to be there. The last Christmas card I could dig up coincides with the release of Donkey Kong 64. We got the whole crew stacking up to become the Christmas tree in this one. Truly incredible. The double Rare logo is a bit on the
I've
nose,
seen this
but
render
we'll forgive
before.
that because this would be the last
That other
time
Christmas
Rare would
render I
put
used
any
as the
Kongs
background
on
for the
holiday
Expand on
cards.
December
The Eye of
overlay.
Sauron turned to Rare, and a new era was born. One that was quite Kongless besides the GBA ports. Moving from the UK to Canada, we all know the Donkey Kong TV show. I'm more fond of the first season and its original animated style, but the second season had a Christmas episode in it. Buckle in, it's gonna get weird. Episode 27 features the Congo Bongo Festival of Lights. The episode opens with
A
Cranky
Christmas episode
educating
without
DK
any
and Diddy
snow.
about the festival. It's the one day of the year where there's a truce between the Kremlings and the Kongs. Okay, I was just joking earlier, but is this a spin on the truce of 1914 for real? This show is nuts. We then check in with the Crocs to find all of them leaving the cave for the holiday.
Dude, I watched
Everyone
this for
except
Christmas,
Clump. He sits in the cave
2024.
alone, busting out a ballad about his
Pretty
lack of family. Clump walked so Bowser could run. Anyway, we flip over to Scurvy stealing the crystal coconut, and he steals Donkey Kong's presents too because there be more movie. Then with less than 10 minutes of runtime left in the episode, we find out that all along Scurvy has been the long-lost older brother of Clump. Now this is
They
big, so
share
I'm
the
gonna
same
break it
character
down for
model.
you. When they were young, Clump accidentally burned his family's house down. Scurvy took the blame for the incident and was run out of town. He carried that burden with him and became a scum-sucking salty sea dog. It's truly a tragic backstory and a reminder that sometimes the most noble of intentions can lead us down the wrong path. Absolute cinema. If you don't speak French, you might think that was the only bit of Christmas cheer in the show, but there was a whole other planet of DKTV in France. Planet Donkey Kong functioned as a programming block, similar to something like
God,
Toonami
this
if you grew
shit.
up here in the US. They
Hey,
aired
we're just
shows,
talking about
but in
Toonami.
between, they would feature some of the strangest bits of animated television I've ever witnessed. I don't even know where to begin. That'll need to be a video for another day, but I did want to point out the Christmas bits of the program here. We open on a baby Diddy Kong awaiting Santa. We also have a Diddy Kong simultaneously in the father role. He's wearing underpants for some reason. His wife is also Candy Kong. Donkey Kong is playing the role of Santa here. He's crashing down into the chimney, and it seems like no matter what version of the show we're looking at, Candy is always on his case. We have another skit with reindeer, except they don't have a model for reindeer, so they went with the most sensible option. Put antlers on top of Kremlings. They're lounging and making fun of Donkey Kong skiing, but Santa Donkey Kong crashes the party to assign them to a new activity. We fade into a new scene as Santa Kong Kong mounts their heads to the wall of his cabin, as one does. Now you might be seeing all this Donkey Kong flavored Christmas cheer, and you're wondering, how can you bring some of it to your home? Hallmark has you covered with some Donkey Kong ornaments. I mean, some of them are just molds that they use for Jakks Pacific figures, but there's apparently a keepsake line that has some really
He's in his little
stuff.
cart.
I like this 8-bit DK. I have a similar one in the set, but he's holding a barrel.
Oh, that one I
here.
haven't
A
seen.
standout
That looks
from
good.
2021 is DK in a cart. I'm loving the detail that I'm seeing here, and the wheels actually work so it can double as a toy. They have this other one that's an arcade cabinet. It's cool enough on its own, but you can pop some batteries in and have it play some jingles from the game that started it all. Okay, this is actually impressive. Saving the best for last, though, we have DK and Diddy dressed in Christmas
Look
attire,
at this one.
shilling for the Game Boy in 1996. Donkey Kong Land 1 and 2 were out at this point, keeping the Game Boy hype alive before Pokemon would hit the scene 2 years later. It's definitely of another era. I feel like nowadays branding and licensing is so particular. Most of the poses are the same ones that you see in renders, which robs them of feeling.
Oh, dude, man, hits the nail on the head with something I feel, something I've always thought about but could never put it into words. Yeah, all the toys and figures you see nowadays don't use any unique renders. It's just the same stuff from the promotional art that you're already familiar with, which is probably makes it easier for merchandising and licensing things. But in reality, you know, with that ornament we just saw, that wasn't based on any pre-existing renders. Why can't we have cool shit like that anymore? Yeah, I'm complaining. I'm complaining about something that doesn't even matter. Why isn't their merchandise more unique? Why don't they make renders unique to particular merchandise? Why can't I have Santa Donkey Kong in a Santa hat as an ornament again?
Would hit the scene 2 years later. It's definitely of another era. I feel like nowadays branding and licensing is so particular. Most of the poses are the same ones that you see in renders, which robs them of feeling like Christmas. Look at the Zelda one for this year. This is fine and all, but it doesn't feel like Christmas. Just swap the color palette and give him a Santa hat. He's basically dressed up like Santa in the first place. Put some antlers on Epona. If we can put antlers on Kremlings, we can surely put antlers on a horse. Nintendo, Jakks, or Hallmark gotta get out of their comfort zone here. Pokemon did a cool one last year. We got along with my son's order, and there's little Foy Coco enjoying some hot.
Look, that's cool, because again, it's not Foy Coco's pre-existing render. That's clearly not a pre-existing official art or anything for the character. That's a unique pose specifically meant for that ornament, and it has them interacting with something, again, that's not part of any previous or prior render or anything like that. With a little Cocoa Cup.
Did a cool one last year. We got along with my son's order, and there's little Foy Coco enjoying some hot cocoa. Oh, you see what they did there? They leaned into it. They could at least do something winter themed from their games. Give me an ornament of that DK render where he's trying to eat a frozen banana. Perhaps the coolest thing about
even
this
that much would be
December
acceptable
trend
for
is all
Christmas.
the content that has come downstream of it. Donkey's catchy hit stirred something in content creators. He joked in the video that he was going to make a Donkey Kong video every day of the month, and Pierre from Designing 4 took that as a challenge. He organized a full month of Donkey Kong December videos, banding together with a squad of other creators to get the job done. Donkey would even jump back into the holiday spirit with his own
Chinese
set of
hate
videos,
Christmas
breaking
because
out
they
a good
can't
chunk of the
pronounce it.
mainline
True.
releases. 2022 was a wild year for Donkey Kong 10. In 2024, Super Joe Bros would do the challenge, posting videos every day specifically about DK64. Nintendo themselves jumped onto the trend in 2024. They debuted Donkey Kong Country in Japan on December 11th, and a year after, they gave us a Donkey Kong theme for the Nintendo Today app. In which month of the year? That's right, Donkey Kong December. Coincidence? No way. I mean, maybe, but no way. It's only a matter of time before it becomes a federally recognized holiday. From all of us at the Kong Compendium, Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year.
What a nice little video. Why wasn't Expand Dong December mentioned? That was the best event out of all of them. But he's got one more to watch. I don't know how I missed this one. It's one of those collab style videos, where they got this thing on YouTube where like you can collab with another creator, but it kind of lists it differently. Basically, I didn't see it in my sub box. I would assume that just picking a render would be faster than hiring a designer department. It is! It would be! But doing your own render specifically for that particular piece of merchandise gives it more soul and identity. Alright, this one is entitled What the Nintendo Today app tells us about Donkey Kong's
A new system
future.
has launched and they have tweaked a lot of the ways that they do business, mostly in the profit margin department. But one of these changes included the very Nintendo move of creating a specific app to deliver information rather than just posting it on social media. On one
Yeah, they were
hand,
trying to
it's
fuck
rather
over game
delightful to see
journalists.
a trailer for a game without all the
Which is
gnashing of
righteous.
teeth in the comments section. On the other hand, I just don't really care to check in all that often. I remember giving it a shot in the lead up to Bonanza, and they would drip feed the most inconsequential information like a rotating camera or DK making funny faces. The coolest part for me were the themes. They had all these neat animations custom made for the app to make launching it feel like an experience. They had themes for all their biggest IP like Mario, Zelda, Pikmin, Animal Crossing, Splatoon, and Kirby. I was somewhat disappointed there wasn't a DK theme, but there was so much Kong stuff going.
Is this guy woke? He hasn't talked about black women yet. He is. I don't know what he is. Why does it matter?
On at the time, it didn't feel as much of a gut punch as it usually does. I threw on the Pikmin theme and barely checked the app out as time passed on. Everything changed in December though. Nintendo announced the addition of a Donkey Kong theme. I can't believe Nintendo finally acknowledged Donkey Kong December. Now there's finally a reason to open the app. Whenever I do, I'm greeted with some of the slickest animations. Are you seeing this? Are you kidding me? Hey, are you seeing this, Unc?
Oh yeah. Man, I gotta say, like, one of the first ones that really caught my attention, it's already out now.
Here's another
is the
DK
Diddy
guy.
Kong one. I was really happy to see him in action again. It's pretty cool doing his little cartwheel, busting through some barrels, hopping off a critter. I don't know, it was nice to see him doing something, because we didn't really get a whole lot of action between him and Dixie in Bonanza, you know. I really liked the Cranky and the phonograph. That was just kind of a fun little nod and reference.
I saw the rest of the animations on Mario Wiki and man, I wouldn't normally make a video about something so small, but that's the thing. This
You just
isn't
data
small.
mined the app
choices
and
they made in these
spoiled all the
tell a much bigger
animations.
story. Also, they're just really cool. Look at the first of the month. You think that's just the intro to Bonanza, but bam, Pauline's there too. The animation is so crisp and clean. What a way to start your month. The second day is even more strange. I thought we'd never see this tubby fella again, but there he is in all his girth. The glorious King... I mean, Frederick. Frederick's in this? Apparently, this was a very rarely used render from the Tropical Freeze days, but the blending of the effects with it look awesome. I thought this was going to be a big Bonanza advertisement, but already we've got a throwback in here.
I'm glad to see some more retro representation. It's cool to see because there wasn't a lot of it in Bonanza.
While there's a lot of showcasing of the new
pig
DK,
fossil.
there's a nice variety of characters here. I'm waiting for a playable Diddy in-game, but seeing him in action here with the new design is a nice appetizer. Same with Dixie. They are pretty selective with which characters they're using here, which suggests to me that there's something a little deeper going on here. Tiki Tong appears
They're
on the
using the
23rd
characters
day, which
that-
makes sense given his theme park
that have
presence. Cranky and
models?
Pauline join the rotation.
I don't
Voidco
know.
has a day. Funky has the new Funky Mode meme. And guys, you're not going to believe this. We got Crocs. Not only is it Donkey Kong December,
Because
but
they
it's
got
also
models that they can
apparently Merry
use.
Crocmas. We saw a critter earlier in Diddy's animation, but we have this mosh pit of them on this day. Not only that, but on the 15th of December, he who shall not be named will appear on Nintendo Today. It is good to see King K. Rool out of a Nintendo jail. And what a fun animation.
Obviously, it was great to see K. Rool clapping that big belly.
They also got him on the 30th, waking up like rent is due. I love it. If there's a 31st day of the month, they adapt the Layer Complete dance from Bonanza, which is a really nice touch. So what does this all mean outside of adding a little sauce to your day? Seeing as this was a big investment to make, this tells us a lot about the direction the DK franchise is heading in. Let's start with the retro enemies. While Frederick and Tiki Tong could just be some references meant to point you toward the retro duology available on the Nintendo Switch family of systems, I wonder if it means a little more. Not in the sense that those characters will make some sort of grand return, but in the sense that retro might not be out of the jungle quite yet. Prime 4 recently
Freeze
released,
is
which
your favorite
puts
2D
retro
platformer.
kind
It's
of at a
definitely up there.
crossroads. They could jump right back in for a prospective Prime 5, but many of Nintendo's premier teams alternate between franchises, even their most important ones. Nintendo EPD 5 alternates between Splatoon and Animal Crossing titles, while EPD 10 juggles Pikmin and 2D Mario. Even their most prized team, EPD 8, buffed up their staffing to develop Donkey Kong Bonanza in between Mario Odyssey and whatever's next for 3D Mario. So we could see retro move in a similar fashion. Metroid is on the come up with renewed effort on Nintendo's part to grow the audience there, but with all the recent focus on Donkey Kong, they will also want a 2D game for the Switch 2 generation to capitalize on the legacy of the country brand.
There's this guy on Twitter, Kiwi Talks, no relation to that farm's place, but he said Retro will actually never make another 2D Donkey Kong because now they have their hands full making Metroid games, like, again. And that now 2D Donkey Kong will go back to EPD. so Retro will just never touch Donkey Kong again. The reason that they were making Donkey Kong in the first place is because Donkey Kong didn't have a dedicated developer after Rare had left, so they put Retro and it put Retro as the custodians of DK, because no one at APD had a team for DK, and now they do because they just came out with Bonanza. But this is all fucking rumor mill speculation from a guy on Twitter, so who knows?
Decent chance that Retro will hit DK after this crazy dev.
I do agree with the general consensus though, and I've held this opinion too. 2D DK is not going anywhere. Like that's going to continue, of course. Just a matter of who will the developer be for it.
Cycle they just went through. Prime 4 was a bumpy ride, and they had a canceled project before that, so I think the studio will be assigned something a little more manageable in scope for their next work. Their level design from Tropical Freeze is nearly unmatched in the genre. Staying on that path with some new features and characters could prove for a great DK game a few years down the road.
I don't know. Maybe it's time for a little more DK. That would be nice.
The other thing going on here is Nintendo's acknowledgement of K. Rool. Given his surprise appearance toward the end of the game, I wasn't sure when they were going to rip the spoiler band-aid off, but here we are. This is happening right around the same time
basically them saying you should have finished Bonanza by now.
Mario Kart World, leading me to wonder if it's time for that Donkey Kong tie-in. The voice actors for K. Rool and Void Kong are listed in Mario Kart World's credits, and Nintendo doesn't credit people for nothing. Sometimes they don't even credit you for the game you made. So the names being here is kind of significant. I don't think it's the most wild prediction in the world. Despite being really important characters, Donkey Kong and Pauline had pretty meager offerings in the outfit department of Mario Kart World. The other Kongs have been no stranger to kart racing with Mario, so I think it's a matter of when rather than if they make their appearance in Mario Kart World. The only reason I could see them keeping more Donkey Kong-tent out of Mario Kart was if they were planning some sort of DK racer in the future. It's certainly
Diddy
not
Kong
out
Racing
of the realm
too?
of possibility with
Could
Diddy
you
Kong Racing
imagine?
and Barrel Blast hitting within the same generation as their respective Mario Karts, but I could also just see them throwing all the Donkey Kong stuff in with Mario Kart World to sweeten that pot. While I'm only speculating about Retro picking up the Tiki Torch again, I feel bullish on the probability of more country games in the near future, regardless of who makes it.
All the Donkey Kong Country elements are smattered across a bunch of these days as well, and hopefully that's just a nice little tease for what's to come.
Ever since the 1994 debut, they have always kept that word front and center in a lot of Donkey Kong branding, including merchandise and the namesake of the Universal theme park. It's also the genesis of Nintendo's crucial Treehouse team, getting the name and logo from DKC. A lot of the core identifying imagery of the country part of the franchise can be seen in these animations. We got Cranky with the phonograph, DK blasting out of barrels, moving out of minecart, and my favorite, Diddy bursting out of a DK barrel.
I love seeing those two together. I wish we could have seen more of them together in Bonanza, but next game.
This is a signifier that although Bonanza moves in a very different direction for the series in a lot of respects, all the things you love about Donkey Kong Country aren't going anywhere. These classic means of engaging with Donkey Kong's world have become as sacred as kicking turtle shells and stomping on Goombas has been for Mario.
Like, the biggest thing on my wish list for a new 2D DK game, above everything else, is just making it hard. Make it very hard. I don't want it to lose that series signature difficulty. And that is one thing I know that Retro can handle. It would be cool to see them lean into some kind of moody and atmospheric tone as well. I think it was you that was telling me that was actually
something like the
Retro's
silhouette
sort of
levels in those
initial
Retro
pitch
games.
for Returns was to kind of lean into some more realistic and kind of moody tone. But they felt it was too similar to Metroid Prime, I guess, right? So they kind of freshened it up.
Yeah, it was.
Yeah, I actually pointed that out during when I was playing the Donkey Kong Country Returns HD remaster. If you look at the concept art for Donkey Kong Country Returns, and there's actually, it's so fucked to think about, and it's even more fucked for me to say it out loud. But there's a lot of Metroid Prime DNA. It makes sense now because they fucking made both games. But there's a lot of Metroid Prime DNA in that Donkey Kong Country concept art. Like, it was going for that moody, kind of isolated atmosphere that Metroid Prime had, where it was just DK by himself exploring almost alien-like landscapes. And you look at the concept art for the enemies, they don't even look like anything from Donkey Kong. They look like Metroid enemies. Again, they were more used to making Metroid games, but they figured that it wasn't really... It wasn't really Donkey Kong, guys. So they went back to the drawing board. That's why Returns, I think Returns played it too safe. By the time of Tropical Freeze, they started getting more out of their comfort zone. They were more comfortable with the Donkey Kong IP.
was to kind of lean into some more realistic and kind of moody tone, but they felt it was too similar to Metroid Prime, I guess, right? So they kind of freshened it up.
Yeah, it was a Kiwi Talks thing where one of the developers was
That
like,
guy.
they had made some art
I just
assets,
mentioned.
and they were like, man, these trees look like Metroid trees, and so they swung in a more cartoony direction. I would probably argue that they swung a little too hard. The pendulum went all the way to the other side, and I'm like, I kind of want to see Donkey Metroid.
Yeah, no, I'm in agreement with you there.
The other big thing here is what I've been saying on this channel all year. DK is back on top with the franchises that Nintendo nurtures the most. This is yet another Infinity Stone in the gauntlet of Donkey Kong being so back. What a way to start Donkey Kong December.
All right, nice video. We learned a lot. Hopefully one day we get that isolated Donkey Kong all by himself with no one there with him Donkey Kong game. But you look at some of the concept art for those sooty Donkey Kong Wii games, and like I see what they're going for. I see the vision. I see why they didn't go for it, because they thought it'd be too wild and crazy, and it really doesn't fit the idea of Donkey Kong in our heads when we think of Donkey Kong. Like, Donkey Kong the guy versus Donkey Kong the idea. They had the idea, but they had the new direction, but the new direction didn't fit the pre-established idea. What we think of Donkey Kong when we hear the phrase Donkey Kong. Now, I guess if you're of a certain age, you think of those old school games. If you're really old, if you're a boomer, you think of the arcade game and nothing else. That's kind of the thing about Donkey Kong. Like, I feel if you were to go up to the average Joe and ask them about Donkey Kong, like, does Donkey Kong have brand recognition? Does he have is he iconic? Is he a cultural icon? Does the average Joe Schmo on the sidewalk that you approach, if you go to someone in Times Square and ask them if they know who Donkey Kong is, will they be able to answer you? This is the thing. I feel like they would, but again, it's Donkey Kong the man versus Donkey Kong the idea. I feel like the idea the average Joe Schmo would have about Donkey Kong in their head would not be aligned with what the modern day gamer thinks when they think Donkey Kong. The gamer would think Donkey Kong Country, maybe the newer Donkey Kong Country games, maybe even Bonanza. Per recency bias. But I think if you went to Times Square right now and walked up to some lady and asked her who Donkey Kong is, I actually think she would say yes. I think people know who Donkey Kong is, but I think she would think of the arcade game. It's so weird because he has name power, he has brand recognition, but it's of a certain incarnation of Donkey Kong. People know who Donkey Kong is, but the idea, the picture in their head, the portrait of Donkey Kong is from the older games. They think of the arcade game and him throwing barrels. I think these are the type of people who would hear Donkey Kong and think of the giant ape throwing barrels and not much else. They're not going to think of Diddy Kong or Dixie Kong or King K. Rool. Oh, I lost. I was supposed to go through I got too busy talking about fucking Donkey Kong. He's no Sonic or Mario. I think they know he's a monkey, but nothing about who he is in general. Yeah, I think they would know enough just to again, due to the how popular the game was and cultural osmosis. I think the average person would know who Donkey Kong is, but that's pretty much it. They would know he's an ape, and maybe he kidnapped the lady, and he throws barrels. This actually helps Donkey Kong, because it means that people will recognize him and know his brand, and they won't have to know really too much about the later games. They just have to know... they just have to know the name Donkey Kong. It's so weird, too, because I think Nintendo acknowledges it, because you'll see merchandise where like, the modern Donkey Kong design is, like, shown throwing barrels, which, not to say he doesn't do that in Donkey Kong Country, but it's obviously supposed to be playing up to, again, the portrait of the arcade Donkey Kong and, like, the head of the normies. Because the merch I see is he's throwing a barrel, but he's throwing it in the same kind of pose that he was throwing it in the arcade games, and he's got kind of like an angry look on him. And I think that's because they know that the average person doesn't think of Donkey Kong as a hero. They think of Donkey Kong as a villain. You have the peril, the moral quandary of Donkey Kong the villain versus Donkey Kong the hero. But what the average normie doesn't know is that the modern day Donkey Kong isn't the arcade Donkey Kong, because the arcade Donkey Kong is actually Cranky Kong. You get it? I say Donkey Kong needed a Sonic Boom style reboot to shake things up. I mean, arguably you could say that's what Bonanza was, except people actually like it. Silent protagonist, just a generic guy, a little stupid like Homer Simpson. Man, if only I was a silent protagonist. I feel like he's a blank slate character in a way compared to a mascot like Sonic or Mario. Sonic definitely has personality. I wouldn't call Sonic a blank slate. If anything, he's got too much personality. Mario is more of an everyman than a blank slate. I know, like, those two things have a lot of overlap. I would say Mario's like an everyman that you can kind of depend on. And depending on the game, Mario can have a personality. I think Donkey Kong is... how would you describe Donkey Kong? How would we describe the personality of Donkey Kong? Is he a little dumb? I guess. Is Donkey Kong dented? It depends on the game. If you play DK64, that game starts out with him talking to himself and he sounds kind of dented, but I think that's just unique to that game. Because you play the GBA remakes, and they have unique cutscenes where Donkey Kong talks and he doesn't talk like he's dented, he just talks normally. And then you have the later games where he just doesn't talk at all. DK is a blank slate, whereas they have intentionally built out Sonic Mario's persona and how people recognize who they are. Ooh, Cosmic Comet? Oh wait, I know this one. But I guess that's what the purpose of this new direction is for DK, the whole reboot of the franchise. You have Bonanza, you have the theme park, you have his big role in the movie, though remains to be seen if he'll even be in the sequel. I think he won't be, because they're gonna do like the DK spin-off movie. I already see it in the cards, the Nintendo Cinematic Universe. You got the Mario movie introducing Donkey Kong and having him in a major role, hashing out the old rivalry with Mario there. Again, they do that because they know people mostly remember Donkey Kong from the arcade game, and who else was in the arcade game hashing it out with Donkey Kong? It was Mario! And he can still be Mario's rival, but in like a friendlier manner than, say, Mario and Bowser, or Mario and Wario. It's like the dynamic is like kind of like old friends. they're old friends going at it again, but they don't hate each other. But yeah, this initiative to get DK his old glory back, I think it's gonna work out. I'm gonna lose. Never mind. They want DK to have personality again. They want the soul back. DK's a little like Homer and Diddy's like Bart. Well, yeah, there you go. Except Diddy doesn't prank call bars randomly. I think more people know the Kirby than DK. I disagree. Maybe, okay. Because Kirby is really popular in Japan. I don't know how popular DK is in Japan. Do we know enough to confidently say that Donkey Kong is popular in Japan? You've never seen Kirby shirts at Kohl's or Walmart. I definitely would say Kirby has more merch than Donkey Kong. Absolutely. And a lot of that is attributed to Kirby, like, you know, technically also being owned by HAL Laboratory. So they're the ones who are able to coordinate all the merchandising, and thus that's why Kirby has more, you know, gets more merchandising opportunities. And of course, he's just a cutesy character, no different than like Hello Kitty. So it's very easy to put him on a shirt. I would say Kirby, because Kirby's got more merchandise, but I don't think that necessarily translates to like Kirby is more popular. And popularity is different from name recognition. I would say Donkey Kong is a household name, but he's only a household name because of the arcade game. I don't know if that really translates to like objective popularity. Because again, DK was in a dark spot for a long time where they just weren't doing anything with DK, especially after Tropical Freeze. And even in those times, I would say, yeah, Donkey Kong is still a household name. But they aren't really doing anything with him. So I struggle to say that Donkey Kong is popular in the sense that, I don't know, it's like Mario. Like people always talk about Mario. Oh, you meant DK. You've never seen a DK shirt at Kohl's or Walmart. How well did it sell in Japan, the new game? I actually don't know what the numbers were. Came out about 6 months ago. It would have been in the last quarterly report. I didn't go through it. I think I watched an Arlo video on it, and I've already memory holed it because it is an Arlo video. Oh no! I just remembered. It's the spring level. It's the spring level! Dude, remember when I played this as Mario and died like 5 times? How much dick could a woodchuck suck? A woodchuck could suck dick? Depends on how long the dingus is. Alright, first of all, these enemies suck. I think we can all agree on that. Oh my god, what the hell were they thinking? Wah! It's all about having a good rhythm. Now, I remember making a point during one of the Pac-Man streams that DK had 35% audience retention. 35% of the people who got a Switch 2 at the time the sales were reported had picked up Donkey Kong Bonanza, and I cannot recall if that percentage was like American numbers or global numbers. Since it was from a quarterly report, I would have to assume that it was global numbers, but I could be wrong. I don't want to make any sweeping declarations. But I remember making a point that that was pretty good. That 35 seems pretty low, but that's 35% of everyone who got a Switch 2 ended up getting Bonanza. Wait, did I even need the spring for that? No, I guess I did to go up the fork. think DK games being a little difficult is a part of the reason why he's not that big. It's an interesting argument, right? Because, like, yeah, the country games, especially Retro's country games, Returns and Tropical Freeze get pretty decently difficult towards the end. You think that's it? Like, they're not as accessible? They do have easy modes, though. Those games do have game journalist modes. I guess Mario's more accessible because, you know, he's fucking Mario. And, his games also have easy modes, on top of just being more accessible for everybody. Yeah, not being marketable from a design perspective like Hello Kitty and Kirby, true. That's another thing that I've noticed with, like, the initiative to, like, kind of reboot DK. He's definitely making more cutesy gestures now. I'm sure you've noticed with Bonanza and how he appears in Mario Kart now. It's like they loosened up on his brow. He still looks like DK. All they did is they loosened up that big ass ridge on his eyebrows, and now he's more expressive, and he's more prone to doing, like, stupid, goofy gestures. And the whole thing is supposed to be a reference to how he looks in the arcade art, as drawn by Shigeru Miyamoto. It's supposed to be like a throwback to Shigeru Miyamoto's version of Donkey Kong, while also, you know, still harkening back to the rareware version of DK. Of course, people were being freaking dunces, and they thought that it was supposed to be the movie Donkey Kong. Oh, he's movie Donkey Kong now. I mean, did you see movie Donkey Kong? They don't even have the same build. It's movie Donkey Kong. People saying that probably didn't even watch the movie. Yeah, I feel like they shrank him down. That on top of having them make more cutesy expressions. I'm not against the design, the redesign. I swept for it. I swept for the redesign. I actually, I didn't think it was that bad. I think people were just against it because Donkey Kong had went so long without having any crucial, significant redesigns of any sort. And it felt like, in the moment when they revealed it, like they were, coupled with the lack of references being spotted in Bonanza trailers, it felt like it was going in a brand new direction, not referencing anything from the past. It felt like they were erasing one of the last vestiges of Rareware's history and involvement with Nintendo by completely changing how Donkey Kong looked. And I get it. That must have made people felt like very concerned, like a partner that Nintendo had been making games with for decades until, you know, until the early 2000s was suddenly going away. They were being airbrushed out of existence like fucking Stalin did to that one guy. But then the actual game came out and it's like, no, it's full of references and homages in good faith. But yeah, he's definitely softer and cutesier now, cuddlier. They actually went back and they redesigned older Donkey Kong renders. I say redesigned, I meant more like edited. They edited older Donkey Kong renders to have the new look. It's weird to say without actually showing you, but I don't have the image on me right now. But like older 2D renders where Donkey Kong would have the rigid brow, they edited it and made it softer to like the Bonanza look. And it's like everything else in the art is the exact same, just he now has the loose softer brow. The front-facing DK. Oh yeah, there's an optional start here. Do we go for it now?
Dong. How you doing, dude?
I'm doing great, Infamous Chaos. Thank you for asking. Fuck! It did that thing again! I'm out of star bits! Are you freaking kidding me, man? Oh, yeah, this area. I enjoy Dingus streams where I get to watch Mario when I'm about to start work. Thank you. I enjoy streams too where I get to watch other people play games while I'm working. And then I can go home. Well, doesn't really make sense for me to say that. I can theoretically go home, and by going home, it's just me kind of pushing myself away from my chair, standing up, lying in bed, finally taking that nap, and then waking up, and then getting back in the chair. Yeah, welcome home. And then I can be the one playing games. And then people can watch me play games like you. You theoretically come home in my shoes. Like if you're me, you theoretically come home and you're like, Mom said it's my turn to play games. Yeah, you come home and you're like, hey, Xvandong, how you doing, dude? Can't long jump to that one. I'm also work from home style, so also going home is getting up, right? It's how I feel, man. It's like you sit in the fucking chair for 8 hours, and you do want to stream and play games right away, but you just spent the entire day sitting in that chair. Do you really want to co-sign yourself to spending the rest of that day, however few hours are left in that day because you get off of work at really late? Do you really want to co-sign what little remaining hours you have of that day, continuing to sit in that chair? I need at least an amount of time taking a nap, and I need to eat and drink water, of course, and I need to walk around and shower. All in that order. Take a nap? He's old. How is napping... How... That doesn't make me old! It's total twink death. No! He's losing his baby face! Like taking naps. Apparently now, if you take naps, you're old. Okay, that's not even what I was supposed to do in this level. Do I nap often? No. If I could, I would nap more often. Every day would be a never-ending nap. No, I would say I'm pretty sleep deprived most of the time. Sometimes I'll end the stream at like 3 in the morning. I won't sleep till like it's almost 5. And then I obligatory get up segment at like 8, sometimes 7, you know, around that same early. So basically no sleep. Let's be real. Let's be honest. Now, if it's a late shift night like tonight, then I do get to sleep in a little bit more. But I have other obligations in the afternoon and the like. So, and just as a personal principle, I don't like waking up past a certain time in the day anyway, because it makes me feel like white trash, even though I'm not white. Okay, that's for a later mission. The real way I know I'm old now is I want to do things before bed that don't include pulling Pud. What you got going on, Toad? I mean Captain Toad. Man, that's one angry penguin. Oh my god. Trying to swim. I like his little Chad rockhopper penguin hair. Makes him look like a delinquent penguin. You ever seen a Mario penguin that angry? Fuck. Penguin's just trying to vent, he's got trauma. You know you're old when you want to buy a new vacuum cleaner because it saves time? Is this your way of telling the class that you need a new vacuum cleaner? Not even the mama penguin on Cool Mountain is that angry. I dropped her child off a cliff. But she wasn't that angry because she knows the little kid is just gonna respawn later. Seems like he's the prototype for the chimp, the Chad chimp that you meet all throughout Galaxy 2. The Chad chimp. That guy needs to be in Mario Kart. Another feeder star? Where you at? Now, this time I won't ask why that's a Luigi moment, because it's clearly because you just saw him getting a star right now. Yeah, that's worth it, I would say. Damn it. I wanted to juke it with the star spin. It wasn't happening though. Do you have the thing I need now? What an asshole. Aren't all the moments in this game technically Luigi moments? Yes. Some of them are grander than others. Alright, let's try that one again. I went the wrong way, obviously. Sand spiral. Which one was this one? Hey Tevin, still alive? Yeah. I don't know for how much longer. Oh wait, yeah, it's this one. You get this one. You get to choose what power you want to use. I think this is easier with the Boo. Yeah, why would you use the bee in this? Like, the Boo can fly forever. Why would you intentionally gimp yourself by picking the bee? Oh my god, the Boos want to grape me. There must be something about Luigi's hot ass that they can't resist. And then, like, what's the reward for doing it with the bee form? You get 1 extra coin. 1 coin. 1. Just wrong. Just 1. Pretty good. I don't know why they expect you to run that whole course, 1 long jump, and that's that. The long jump is too broken, you guys. Let's see, we're almost at 80. Yesterday we got 50 in 1 stream. Though, to be fair, yesterday... yesterday I started earlier than today. Did I miss one here? No, I did not. But, thank you for the clip there, bud. Luigi meets Mario? Oh, you know what? I was wondering, because I'm pretty sure the name's different. Yeah, it's another context-sensitive thing. The mission is Mario meets Mario if you play it as Mario. It's another high-effort thing. The mission's name is actually context-sensitive to the character you're playing as. Isn't that super meaningful? Alright, we gotta do the thing that we just did, but we gotta do it again. And this time we gotta actually do what we were supposed to do the whole time. And now I'm being electrified. By Mechazawa. Yeah, I'm missing one more. Where's it at? Did I miss it over here? No. What the? Oh wait, no, I know where it is. Right where I'm at, too. I remember when I did this in Galaxy 2 and I said it was gonna be super hard and then it wasn't? I'd say doing it in Galaxy 1 is slightly more difficult because of the type of platforms that you're given. Really, it's not even this variation of the challenge that people remember as being slightly difficult. It's the purple coin version. Nice try. Yeah, this is where that challenge in Galaxy 2 originated from. Galaxy 1's Toy Time Galaxy. Obviously, the biggest tip I can give is to not use up so many platforms when you first start, because then you're gonna get rid of all the platforms that you need to backtrack and go back. Galaxy 2 is pretty poggers. Yeah. Weren't you around to watch me play it? I have to go back to it. I've not forgotten. We owe the complete 100% Galaxy 2 run. Look, guys, there are just too many green stars, alright? You get it? Alright, what are we doing? Why are we doing it? Denim. Can you believe this is Miyamoto's idea of difficulty? Just make the enemies faster, bro! Yes, bravo! Oh, whoa, no. I got turned around. By the camera. It's fine, there's too many stars now? When did I say that? Quote where I said that. MLA format, quote where I said that. It's true, he did say that. I never said that. I never did. I'm being slandered again. Is this that A-logging I was being told about? Yes, I really A-logged you by just pretending like you said something you didn't say. Bravo, Chief. You sure got me. Used to be rage quitting. Galaxy 2 was kind of funny. Yeah, you saw that? He rage quit at the boss rush. The boss rush, which was just bosses from Galaxy 1, a game he already finished. So how couldn't he do those bosses again? It's anyone's guess. It was a flaming dino piranha that finally got him the rage quit. A boss that is just a variation of the very first boss in the game, with the only difference being is that now he's on fire. And I guess the window to hit him is kinda stricter than usual. For Phil, you make me angry, Phil. It was just too much. How did I survive that? Did you see that? Yeah, you see that? Look at this! Look at this! How did I survive that? I should not have been allowed. I should have got squished right there. Would have been a perfect time for Astro to do a clip and say, haha, wow, Dingus, you're hubris. You're hubris. You thought you won. You thought you were the guy, but in fact you weren't. I like how when you activate the star and it's available to collect and pick up, the spiked platforms stop moving, but the tox boxes continue moving. So like, usually the obstacles would come to a complete stop so that you can just collect the star casually. But this one time, just this once, the tox boxes continue moving. There's too many fucking stars. What were they thinking? They fucked it up. No, really. If fucking Miyamoto has no idea to make games. No, really. He's a complete moron, and no one should play his games. No, really. I'm done. I'm done. This is bullshit. Swollen Dingus 30 seconds ago. That does sound like something I would say ironically, but I literally did not say that. First of all, if I did, there would be more hateful words in it. Patrick booing. Bouncing down Cake Lane. Is there more? More spring shit? I told you guys summer was better. I see the mass banning of people using that emote. I did. Tevin noted it during the restream yesterday. Because all of a sudden you saw way less people using the booing emote. No explanation. He did not call attention to it on the stream itself. But you and I know, we know. The kids at home know what that meant. DSP looks at the monitor and does something. You see him moving the mouse, but you don't see what he's doing. He doesn't comment on what he's doing, and then all of a sudden, there's like a drought. There's a drought of Patricks. There's a drought of Patrick stars in the chat. I saw like maybe one person using it. I don't know how they got around that. Maybe they were using like a sub emote, like someone actually uploaded their own Patrick as a sub emote, and that's how he got it through. But you saw like no one using Patrick emotes after he did what he may or may not have done, but obviously did. What does it mean, you guys? It happened again tonight, and he did address it? What did he say? I wasn't watching because I was over here. What happened to the Patrick emotes? They're fucking gone, and you know why. And I don't even know why you're asking. You know what the rules are? And if you break the rules, you're fucking gone. Get it? Look at this fucking cake. Look at this flat textured orange cake. Why are the oranges so flat? How are they so evenly spaced apart? I want to meet the baker who made this cake. I want thick oranges? Well, they say citrus is good for you when you're sick. I don't even want to say sick anymore. I'm obviously better now, but I'm still having the mute whenever I gotta cough crazily. Before gameplay was like, you guys on Cake can stop spamming that, or I'm just gonna start banning you all right now. That's curious. So, I thought the emote itself was what was banned, but people were still doing the emote tonight? So, did he just manually ban everyone that was spamming the emote? You can't ban that many people in a short amount of time. I cannot exit. Shameful. Oh, wait, yes I can. Hey, DeBlanc. DSP Gan, he has a wealth of experience. Not while he's playing a high-intense action game. I guess Darziak, he had Darziak as backup. Old Duncan there at the ready. Alright, here's where I gotta be. I'm set the goofy Gerber music again. What do we got here? What that? La 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 la. The only time you'll see DSP successfully multitask is when he bans people during his gameplay. True. Otherwise, he can't chew bubblegum and walk at the same time. He can't pat his head and rub his tummy at the same time. Which is unfortunate. You think someone picking at it, someone who's that good at picking at their own body would be able to pat their head and rub their tummy at the same time, but not Phil. What's the objective, Mr. Man? How were kids in 2007 meant to figure this out? Yes, I'm just supposed to know that my star spin has wind capabilities to blow out all the candles. I'm just supposed to know that. If this was Donkey Kong Bonanza, Pauline would have been like, "Yeah, DK, you gotta spin to create wind." He messes up and complains about something else. He's always complaining. You're usually always blaming someone else. Anybody to not have to blame himself. And then gaslights the audience and thinking that it's their fault that he's in the current predicament that he's in. Oh, you have to use Spring for this. Thankfully, the enemies are very generous. They put the power up, like, right fucking there for me. It's like, damn, bitch, you shouldn't have. No, really. Now you kind of have some. You're kind of going somewhere with this boss. The issue is that oh, never mind. The issue is that you're not required to get the spring power up every single time. Like, it would be one thing if after every hit it just downgraded you out of the power up and made you run back to get it. I guess. Well, no. I guess that would be tedious. But you're just allowed to chain hits. Is the thing. It makes it, if you're good at if you know what you're doing with this shitty ass power up, you're able to finish the boss without letting him get a hit on you. Close one. Was misjudging my jumps there. No, yeah, the spring really is the worst power-up in the game. I was devastated when they came back for Galaxy 2. There are some power-ups in Galaxy 1 that don't come back, like Flying Mario. That was already a limited power-up as is, but like, you don't bring back Flying Mario, but you bring back Spring? You bring back Spring Mario? Or like, are you freaking high? What are we doing? You believe in Cloud Mario's supremacy? Cloud Mario is awesome. Okay, we're really getting up there. Okay. I think this is a Silver Star mission. Yep. He swam far and wide for the Silver Stars, but couldn't see the one that was playing right in front of him, huh? Sad! Pathetic! Oh, optional star here. I guess we should do that first. Look, he fixed the cannon! $40? Fat fuck, I don't got 40 for you. But what if I did? Shit. Hey, I need 4 more. Where? 1 more. 3 more. I need my star bits. Okay. We have exactly enough. Hopefully, the feeder doesn't glitch again. It did the thing again! Oh, brother, we're hoping and coping. Can I get 1 more? Literally a single star bit. Hello? Star bits? Question mark? How are there none in this area? Damn, I have to go around the whole fucking level. Not that there's anything wrong with that. That's just the issue with this one for me. It's such a big fucking loop. So much meaningless swimming between the individual sections of the level. Yeah, it's this one. The music style level. You could go over there. But what if you went over here? Whoa, Abbey Raid? Well, this is new. Well, welcome in, people. Hello, hello. I'm as tired as they come. Welcome in. Welcome to a Dingerland. We're doing Mario Galaxy 1, but with Green Mario. You know, after you play the game as Mario and get 120 stars, these motherfuckers at Nintendo, Mia fucking Moto's got the gall to ask you to do it all over again as a green guy if you want the full 100% canonical ending of Galaxy 1. And I was like, you know what? I got you. I can do that for you. And so here I am at 4 in the morning doing exactly that. It's technically 3:27. Let me scroll up here. Big ups Awesome Paunch. Welcome in. Derpies. Abby. Got Zlar. I have to actually lean in to read this. Woody? I don't want to mispronounce names. 100% this and 2, it was a hoot. Yeah, look, I didn't really have much Nintendo stuff growing up, outside of like a GBA and an old original Game Boy that my brother lost. A lot of these games, even though I like Nintendo shit now, I was like the one kid without a Wii. So I didn't play Galaxy 1 when it came out. First of all, that's unfortunate. Second of all, I first picked it up when they did that 3D All-Stars collection. And then I was one of the marks that fell for this this other re-release that they just dropped. I hadn't played Galaxy 2 at all, so I was like, well, I mean, I technically have a reason to pick it up. You're good, thank you. We have very positive and meaningful dialogue here. Yeah, let's get a shout out. I can't neglect the shout out. But thanks for sticking around. Thanks for sharing your neck of the woods with my neck of the woods. Of course, given how late it is, if you need to eat, drink, get up, go walk around and stretch and do things that make you who you are. Don't let me keep you. But let's get a clip, nevertheless. If it'll work. Oh my god, there it is.
I mean, you understand that
with an older
Kazooie
model
is a completely understandable one, right?
What are we playing?
Your laughter means you must agree with me that you're finally happy to find somebody who...
They were drunk! They don't remember what they're talking about! I don't know that feel. I don't drink, man. Or Galaxy 2 is a good thing. Yeah, see, I did 120 stars in Galaxy 1 and Galaxy 2 on stream when this Mark collection dropped, but I was putting off the Luigi run because I just think it's wild that they want you to do the whole game again as Luigi, and then we'll give you that final star that you've been seeking. Galaxy 2 just asks you to get 120 green stars. The problem with that is it's just some of those are just lazily hidden. That was nice of the round killer arcade game? Ah, okay. Never played it myself personally. Usually over here, I always find myself playing some flavor of Nintendo or retro, or Nintendo retro. Very original idea. guy on the internet plays Nintendo games. In the big 2.6. We're bringing it back. Oh yeah, I guess obscure PS1 game. I said earlier I didn't have Nintendo. This was a Sony household. And then Sony just dropped the ball. And well, be a lie to say that I never came back. I did get a PS5, but it exists only now to allow me to play older games. Okay, what are we doing? Luigi, come on. It's either Nintendo games or games older than 2005 on the PS2 and PS1. Is that an apt summation of the Dinger content? I guess it is. I have to get on the trees? Emulation is illegal, guys? It's not that it's illegal. It's that depending on the game, it could make the laptop explode. Be lurking though. I gotta get something to eat and then get ready for bed. No, that's completely fine. I'll go for a little bit longer. The hellscape that is my in reality makes it so this is kind of only ever the time that I get to be live. It's pretty unfortunate for my circadian rhythm. I mean, earlier in the week I was able to do a daytime stream. Emulation summons Miyamoto to your bedroom at 3 AM with a sword? Yeah, but does he know how to use it? See, this is where you're mistaken. You have to remember he's Japanese. So he goes to your bedroom at 3 in the morning and he comes with the sword, but he doesn't like brandish it at you. Rather, he kneels. He kneels and presents the sword to you and then says in Japanese, he requests in Japanese for you to stab him with the sword. Because you disgraced his company by emulating Nintendo games. Therefore, he does not regard you with bloodlust, but rather with a request for you to help him end it all. I recently learned people infect their PCs for the purposes of analog horror? What? Like they download viruses on purpose? But not like actual real for real viruses, not like ARG bullshit. Yeah, let me just infect my PC on purpose, it'll be funny. I can talk about it on YouTube, it'll be like a little creepypasta video, but real life. The worst part about trying to save time on this level. Whoa! All those stars I worked to acquire by playing the game. My effort money! They had full-on files downloaded for jump scares and shit is wild. You know what's my nightmare scenario for something like that? Imagine you accidentally download a virus that institutes a jump scare on your PC, but it's like a timed jump scare that randomly deploys, and there's no way for you to know when it will randomly deploy. You don't even know that you downloaded it. Just, you download a file, inconsequential seemingly, but it's a ticking time bomb. At some point, When you're using your PC, there will be a jump scare, and there's no way for you to know what it is. It just will happen. I don't even know if this is a virus that actually exists or not. But this is my existential horror. It's like, it's something that's scary, but is just real enough that it can feasibly be accomplished by a human. Arlo jumps on the screen? Are you saying you're scared of Arlo? You are? Why? What did Arlo ever do to you? His takes are so bad that they give me nightmares. Well, that's you being charitable and giving and saying that he gives takes rather than just fence sitting. I woke up in fear as I started seeing his shill of that Swedish company's game in my dreams. See, I already forgot the CEO's name, or whoever he was talking to in that video, and the company's name, and the name of the game he reviewed. Meaning that he can't even shill right, because I can no longer remember what the shill was, and what it was for. This Kirby Air Rider review had takes. That's true, it did. The control scheme was unintuitive. He's the one person of notoriety that said the control scheme was unintuitive and filtered him. And it should have just had regular buttons. Yeah, they got him contracted like a sports athlete. Review 3 games for us, Bish. What do you think about that? Where are these final ones at? Oh my god, I'm supposed to bring the bee over there. I still only have 2. What's wrong with me? Why are they so hard to find? One day Nintendo will kidnap Arlo and we'll all be free. If only we could be so fortunate that day will come soon. Don't. They did. I guess that robot was right when she said the game was gonna get slightly harder. No, she wasn't. It was a Nintendo baby game. She was just gaslighting me. You just want to get to the top of the tree, damn it. Okay. I want to say you don't fly over to that one. I'm fairly confident that's not the strat for that one. And if I'm wrong, may God smite me down. Lord knows I deserve it. Yeah, there we go. I think you're meant to save that one for last, because I believe the star spawns there. Fucking hell, Luigi, you can't do anything right. Shit's in the wrong order. It's like, what's the dude? What's old dude even good for? Alright, at least it's not on the island. I'm not even sure I can confidently say that I even saw the vision for this challenge. Let's take one of the biggest levels in the game, make it very slow to traverse, and force you to use a power-up in the game that is more inclined for vertical challenges than exploring. And let's dot the area in water that deactivates said power-up. Very cool. Okay, well, are we cleaned out? We have to go kick Bowser Jr.'s ass? Why didn't Luigi just shoot him? It's not about killing a kid, it's about sending a message. Game design is my passion, guys. No, you spin while you're doing the crouch. Look. He does it with a single leg. This platform looks like it should burn Luigi just from him standing on it. But he's fine. Alright, the player is reminded of the mechanic of spinning the coconuts back at the boss. It's very convenient of Miyamoto to do that before making him fight the octopus again. Yeah, and so Bowser Jr.'s ultimate weapon is just rehashing a boss from the start of the game. But now he has platforms that sink if you stand on them for too long, and that's pretty much it. And maybe you have to hit him more times. Oh, look, okay. Sometimes he'll summon enemies. Oh, that's pretty meaningful. I think this is still a Rule of 3 fight. Very shroom-coated boss. Like he's just screaming partners in time. Alright, he's belted. It's weird, that doesn't feel like it's worth a grand star, does it? Okay, this leaves us with 35 left to collect. Actually means we collected 35 today as well. Where we at? Oh my god, it's the garden! We're coming up on it. So we do these, Felt Bowser, and then that opens up the remaining, I want to say, Prankster comments? Yeah, I foolishly thought I'd be able to do Galaxy 2 Green Stars tomorrow, but I'm probably gonna have to push that one back. How silly of me thinking I would finish the game when I thought I was gonna finish it. Solve just pranks your comments now, figures. It's the 4th playthrough, you'd think I would remember by now. Imagine finishing games. I know, right? I promise you, I do. That's why you gotta focus on retro games, because they're shorter. Really pad out the list of games you finished, and the majority of them are games that are like 30 years old. That's how you get away with making yourself look like a god gamer. Oh yeah, I finished so many games, guys. You pad it out with games that are like 5 minutes worth of content on the Atari. Yeah, I finished Freeway on the Atari 2600. Yeah, that's on the Dogminated list right there on the About page. Actually have to update that. I unironically must update the Dogminated page. Oh my god. Deep Dark, Melty Molten, and Dreadnought. I dislike all three of these places, actually. Yeah, dude, I finished Pictionary on NES. Now see, that one I actually can't believe. How can you say you finished Pictionary on NES? You got past the awesome title screen music? I don't believe you. Alright, what are we looking at? Oh my god, it's this one. Oh, wait. Okay. Oh my god, it's my favorite power-up. Maybe it's schizophrenic of me to say. It's like a case where the gameplay design informs the level design. Does that make sense? Where it's one of those ideas where they come up with the gameplay idea first for like let's have a level where the environment is constantly shifting, thus affecting the areas that you can stand on. And that in and of itself is a good idea, because it's basically the equivalent of an auto-scroller, but it's framed in such a way visually that it fits the aesthetic of the space. It fits the space aesthetic we got going on. See, I feel like if you had the mechanic as it is right now, if this mechanic was in a standard Mario game, you know, like a regular 2D Mario game, it might be a bit harder to believe, unless you set the level in like a ghost house. If this was in like a regular grassland or a desert, it might not make sense. But because the environment in the game design helps illustrate the level design. Or the look of the... It's 4 in the morning, I can't fucking talk. The game design informs the aesthetic and the environment design. It's like they complement each other. So something like this isn't too out of place in outer space, because it's outer space, so you don't have to explain or justify like what you're looking at. Also, I'm gonna fucking fall. I'm gonna fall. Never mind. Yeah, it's a post-it note idea. They put it on a post-it note, and it's like, okay, well, we'll just put that on the, we'll save that on the drawing board. Would it make sense in a game where you die? You die by falling off. Because I wanted to one-up. Oh my god, can I do the rest of it without the spring, please? But yeah, would it make sense in a standard Mario game, really? Unless it's a ghost level. But outer space, you don't gotta explain shit. This is just some weird dimension Luigi gets sent to get 1 star. This has always been kind of Nintendo's MO. But they come up with the concept of the gameplay first before even so much as applying it to an IP. At least for the franchises that they're directly responsible for. They'll come up with the gameplay concept first, and then choose what IP suits it after. It's almost as if they consider gameplay to be a priority. In the Big 2-6, really? A game where you die, Shigeru Miyamoto, 2008. That's on his fridge right there next to the idea for Nintendogs. Right next to a game where you take care of puppies, it's a game where you die. And then when you play that game, Miyamoto comes to your house with a sword and then asks you to kill him, and it's a complete subversion of expectations. Oh, the gateway is open. I could get the red star now. I think we'll hold off. Check it out, we've come a long way. Oh wait, it's now officially gonna be 4 AM Central, i.e. 5 AM Central. Meaning, we've been here for way too long. But don't blame me, blame yourself for staying here. That'll be it for me. We're gonna calling it here. We're putting a cap on it. I guess I'm continuing getting, wrangling up more stars tomorrow. 34 left to collect now. And then as soon as I do that, we'll be doing we'll be finishing up Galaxy 2. Thank you to Awesome Ponch for the follow. Thank you, big ups. Appreciate the attendance and engagement and support, brother. What am I doing now? What? I derailed myself. What was I saying? Oh, yeah, more of this tomorrow, then Return to the Galaxy 2. And then I want to do Tonic Trouble. Tonic, we did Rayman 2, but we have to do the game that would go on to inspire Rayman 2. We gotta do Tonic Trouble. I'm gonna see if I can slot that in this week. I don't know how long it is. All I heard from Golem was that it was a very fierce 6 out of 10. Tonic Trouble is huge. I mean, a huge amount of trouble. Well, I know a few things about it. I know it's got like sponsorship shit in it. Like you can get Orville Redenbacher's popcorn in that game, and I think some Crunch bars too. But I've never tried it before. See, Rayman 2, I had that growing up, but I didn't have Tonic Trouble. I don't know anything about it, other than the aforementioned things that I just mentioned, and the Killer Tomatoes. I don't think they came from outer space. I think they were just morphed from the tonic. So they're not Killer Tomatoes from outer space. They're just Killer Tomatoes from Earth. And you play as an alien who comes from outer space, and he has to go clean up the mess from all the tonic he spilled or something. It was a good rental back in the day. Man, isn't that the modern day? Oh yeah, that's a good Game Pass game. Yeah, that game's pretty good. You get it off of Game Pass. Look, Game Pass is killing the industry, or helping it, depending on what you read. All right, it's time to roost. Who's even awake? Is there anyone awake? We'll find out. We'll see. I know Tevin's on BRB. First issue of Nintendo Power had Tonic Trouble on the cover. Oh, really? Oh, dude, even Luigi wants to go to sleep. But yeah, appreciate the raid, Abby. Big old fat raid with a party of 50. Really cool. Yeah. What was I gonna say? What else was I gonna say? No, that's it. I got nothing else. I'm sparking a fuse. Yeah, we'll just call it. I need to go sleep. I need to go conk out. I need to go do something somewhere, anywhere else but here. Thanks for stopping by! What an abrupt anticlimactic ending, I'm sorry. I've been out of it. I don't know. What do I blame? I blame the videos we were watching. That's what I blame. Good to meet you, rest well. Good to meet you guys too. Is it the power of the recommended sidebar? That's what it is. met a lot of cool people through the recommendations recently. So it's always nice to see what's going on outside of you know, your own little corner. Broaden your horizons. That's what it is. I saw you were playing Super Metroid earlier. Or at least I saw... That's disingenuous. I saw a thumbnail of you playing Super Metroid. It's a classic. But I never played. I never played Super Metroid. Don't say anything. There's a lot of things that I haven't played. But I'll tell you this, I've played more games than movies I've seen. Don't ask me about any movie. I won't be able to give you an opinion, really. Fraud Watch? Yeah, it's pretty fraudulent. I have my justifications, I told you. There's no Nintendo in the household aside from the GBA. And even with the Nintendo stuff I had, I was always a Mario guy. You know, being the zygote that I am, I looked at Metroid and I was like, that's not an Italian plumber. That's not for me. What the? And I was like a giga contrarian for Zelda. I always talk about it. I can't help myself from bringing it up. I did not like Zelda precisely because everybody else who knew about games liked Zelda. I see Mario hit you like a truck. He did. He ran me over. I promise you I'm higher energy than this. Where the fuck is the Streamlabs? What do we got? Thank you to Makoto Simp. Prime for 8 months. The Prime could have went anywhere, but it went here, and I appreciate you for giving it here. We got Infamous KSC re-up tier 1 for 7 months. We have Ann1337. What raid with a party of 1 allegedly, but Twitch was fucking up and it should have allegedly have been a raid with a party of 30. UNF raid with a party of 5. Alien raid with a party of 76. The big king raid. Abby raid with a party of 50. And Awesome Punch with a big old follow. You're on the same level right now. Dude, here's what it is. You have a late shift, like you want to stream and play a game after you clock out, but you have a late shift, and the shift ends, and you finally get settled and ready, but it's like 11 already. But it's like, well, I said I would stream, so I gotta stream, guys. And you're feeling already kind of tired, and it's like, well, I mean, we can just play for like 3 or 4 hours, right? And in 3 to 4 hours kind of turns into 5 hours, and by the end of the 5th hour, you're kind of like, oh, why did I do this to myself? I should have just called an Ixnay, and I should have just streamed 10 hours on the day off to make up for it. It's even worse when you work from home, because you work the long late shift, and you sit in the same chair for 8 hours, the same chair that you stream and play games from. So you get out of the chair after the 8 hours, and it's like, well, I don't want to stream for 5 hours and be stuck to that chair for another 4 to 5. I just got out of it. You just gave me the opportunity to get out of the chair, and you want to play games. But it requires you to stay nailed to the chair that you were just in for 8 hours. Yeah, back to the chair. Back to the chair. Formerly wage chair, now gaming chair. Your wage chair / gaming chair. Yeah, but that's the thing. You're busy on the day off too. You do stuff on the day off that you couldn't do on the days where you worked. Then you turn into fucking DSP.
It's my one day off. It's my one day off of the week, guys. I have to go out with my wife, and we have to go out and get groceries, and I have to plan everything out. And then I have to go home and beg on the internet for money and play games poorly, guys.
That's ridiculous. No, I really appreciate you stopping by again. Power of the recommended bar. Really glad I've met you. Been lurking in your streams, obviously. And yeah, you got a good vibe going about you. Very rare these days, too. Okay, who's awake? I said Tevin was on BRB. Okay, we got some positive style options. him and the tap be killing it as of late? It has, it has. I'm taking a look-see, look-listen. Ideally, I would send you to Kai. This bastard's doing a week-long marathon stream. The problem with this is, he's a coward! He's a coward! He cucked out and went on a sleeping segment. He's playing reruns. This guy rubbed it in he rubbed it in my face and said, "Oh, your 24-hour stream doesn't count because you slept for 5 hours, even though I went 31 hours to make up for the 5 hours I spent sleeping." This guy gets to have sleeping segments on his marathon week-long stream, but I can't have one sleeping segment on a 24-hour stream that ultimately goes over 31 hours? Yeah, I'm thinking hypocrisy. What's Bread doing? No, we love Kai. I'm just being a bully. My streamer Dingus would never, he cucked. Oh yeah, no, I would never let you down. I never did. Alright, yeah, I don't know what she's doing, but you're going over there. This girl's got the gall to stream, what, once in a blue moon? Maybe she'll play Overwatch. You guys like that game, right? Overwatch? Hey, Sinzakroy. How you doing, Dingus? I'm doing great. Thank you for asking. But, bye-bye, adios, maybe time. We'll see you when we see you. And if we didn't see you, then we didn't see you. But if we did see you, then we saw you. And if we didn't see you, hopefully we will see you next time. If I can see myself in the mirror each and every single day, hopefully I can inspire viewers like you, Rue, to see themselves in their mirrors each and every single day. The raid message for Bread is, once in a blue moon style stream, meaning once in a blue moon style raid. If I wasn't so tired, I'd come up with a better message. But let's go show up and show out for her. I literally don't even know if she's gonna play a game or not. But this is a rare opportunity to raid Bread, so I'm gonna go for it. It's on that carpet like a dog. Don't go saying that over there. Bye-bye. Take it easy.